Settle in, dear friend. Wherever you are, let the space around you become a gentle nest. Maybe you're in bed with the evening humming softly behind the curtains, or on a couch with a small lamp pooling warm light onto a blanket. Perhaps you're here in the quiet middle of the night, when the world feels like it's holding its breath, and it's just you and the honest sound of your own inhale and exhale. If it's available, hold a warm mug for a moment, even if it's just water. Feel the small heat at your palms. If you're lying down, tuck the covers beneath your chin and let your shoulders receive the bed beneath you. You have permission to rest now. You don't need to carry the day any farther than this. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. The theme of this journey is simple and kind. We'll learn how to move from tension to ease, and we'll do it without fighting ourselves. You won't need to win a battle against your mind. You won't need to conquer worry. Instead, we'll learn how to soften its edges, how to walk alongside fear with a steady hand and a warm glance. In the Buddhist tradition, there is a gentle art of turning toward what hurts, not to make it bigger, but to see it clearly enough that it loosens its grip. Like sunlight meeting frost, the point is not to force anything, but to sit near warmth long enough for the ground to change. Let's begin with the simplest practice. Let your jaw unclench. If it helps, slide the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, and then let it drop. Feel how the tiny muscles along the hinge of the jaw know exactly what to do when you give them permission. Notice your forehead and your scalp. So often we wear a hidden helmet of effort there, as if we're trying to think our way to safety by pressing the face forward. Let the forehead soften. The eyes rest back in their sockets. Behind your eyes, imagine a small horizon widening. There is nothing to fix in this moment. There is simply this breath already happening. A few slow breaths together now. Inhale gently through the nose if that's comfortable, letting the air feel almost warm and kind as it comes in. Feel the ribs rise like a book opening. Exhale slowly through the mouth, like you are fogging a window, and let the shoulders drop a fraction more. If the breath feels tight or fragile, no problem. Breathe the way your body chooses, and let the sound be soft. Imagine each exhale is a long ribbon falling to the floor, weighty enough to pull you closer to the ground that holds you. We begin with a promise. Throughout these 4 hours, you will be invited to practice small, doable gestures of peace. Each one is a seed. Most will take less than a minute. You do not have to remember them all. You can simply absorb them the way the body absorbs warmth from sun through a window. Your nervous system learns by repetition and kindness, not by force. If anything feels like too much, skip it. Your pace is the right pace. This path is yours. In Buddhist teachings, we talk about 3 knots that tangle us into suffering: grasping, resisting, and confusion. Wanting, pushing away, and not quite seeing. Anxiety loves to braid these 3 together. You know the feeling. The mind grabs for control, pushes away uncertainty, and then fog rolls in and you can't tell which way to turn. Tonight, we'll practice the counter moves: release, acceptance, and clear seeing. They are simple gestures of the heart. Release says, I can set down what is not mine to carry right now. Acceptance says, this is here, and I can let it be here without collapsing. Clear seeing says, what's actually happening in this moment? Just this breath, this bed, this cup in my hand, this body breathing. Let the first act of clear seeing be physical. Where is tension living in you right now? Scan without judgment, as if you are a kind friend checking the rooms of a house at night, turning off lights one by one. Maybe the throat feels guarded. Maybe the stomach is tight, like a hand closing around a small stone. Maybe your back is trying to hold the sky. Place a palm wherever the body calls for it. Feel the warmth of your hand as an old, trustworthy medicine. You're not trying to force the muscle to soften. You're letting it know it is seen. Here's a micro practice you can use anytime, especially when thoughts start racing. It's called 3-room breathing. Imagine your body has 3 rooms: belly, heart, head. On an inhale, breathe into the belly room, low and quiet, as if you're filling a ceramic bowl 1/3. Pause. On the same inhale, let the breath rise into the heart room, filling the bowl 2/3. Pause. Then let it reach the head room, the final third, but gently, as if you are lifting a silk scarf. Exhale slowly, letting all 3 rooms empty together. Do this for 2 or 3 breaths. Notice the rhythm this creates, the way it brings the mind back to the home of the body. If at any point it feels complicated, drop the image and return to natural breath. The point is ease, not performance. Now we speak to the part of you that works so hard to keep you safe. The planner, the watcher, the vigilant protector who checks every lock, mentally rehearses every conversation, tries to think your way out of unpredictability. Bow to this part for a moment, not with sarcasm, but with gratitude. Kept you afloat through many seasons. Say quietly inside, "Thank you for trying to protect me." You can rest for a while. I am here. Feel what happens in your chest when you grant yourself that permission. Sometimes a tear rises. Sometimes nothing seems to happen at all, which is also fine. Seeds do their work underground. We'll take another small practice. Orienting. Let your eyes, if open, gently look around the space. If your eyes are closed, imagine the room in slow detail. Notice 3 shapes. Notice 3 colors. Notice the sensation of support beneath you. This is a mammal practice, not an abstract idea. Animals settle their nervous systems by orienting to safety in the environment. You are an animal with a very bright mind. Tonight, we let the animal lead. As you orient, ask softly, "Is there anything in this room that is actually dangerous right now?" If the answer is no, feel how your body responds to the truth. You are allowed to be safe where safety is real. Let's bring in a small story. A young monk once sat by a river, watching the current tug at the reeds that lined the bank. He noticed that the stiff stalks were pulled hard and sometimes broke, while the soft, flexible reeds bent and sprang back. His teacher came to sit beside him and said, "You'll be tempted to become tough against your fear. Try softness instead. The river respects softness." The monk tried it with his next worry. Every time the thought tightened his chest, he pictured a reed bowing. He didn't argue with the water. He bowed with it. Over time, the bank grew greener. You do not need to force your mind to stop thinking. Thoughts are river water. They move because that is their nature. The practice is to become like the reed, to bow and return, bow and return. When you notice a worry thought, label it gently as thinking. 2 syllables, like footsteps on a wooden floor. Thinking. Then come back to something steady. The weight of your body, the feeling of your hand on your chest, the sound of this voice, the subtle rise and fall of breathing. You may need to do this many times, and that is not a mistake. That is the path itself, each return a step toward ease. There is a kindness in naming what is present without spinning a story. You might try, in this moment, to name 5 things inside you: tightness, fatigue, tenderness, hope, hunger. Let them sit together without commentary, like guests at a table. Each one is allowed to exist. When we stop demanding that an experience be different from what it is, something unexpected happens. Energy that was trapped in resistance becomes available to us as warmth and clarity. Acceptance is not resignation. It is agreeing to stand on the ground that is actually beneath your feet. If it feels right, bring one worry to mind, one that visits you often. Not the largest one, just a frequent visitor. Imagine placing it in a small bowl and setting that bowl in front of you. Feel its weight. Now breathe in and say silently, "This belongs here for now." Breathe out and say, "And I belong here too." Anxiety sometimes convinces us that we need to banish a feeling to be okay. But there is a more tender move, letting the feeling be a guest while you remain the host. The host has space. The host has choice. The host can serve tea to fear, as the old poem says, and still keep their seat. Another micro-practice, the 15-second shoulder drop. On the inhale, lift your shoulders gently toward your ears, not to hunch but to gather. Hold for a moment. On the exhale, let the shoulders fall and imagine a small snowfall of relaxation moving down your arms to your hands. Let your fingers uncurl. Repeat once. Takes less than a minute. You can do it in a meeting, while reading, in line at the store. It becomes a signal to your nervous system. We are permitted to be soft. If your mind is saying, "But what about the future?" let it speak. We will not argue. We will listen with patience. The truth is, the future does not exist yet. We only meet it as it becomes the present. Anxiety is often the body's request for reassurance that it will not be left alone when the unknown arrives. So reassure it now. Place your hand on your heart again. Say softly, "When tomorrow comes, I will meet it breath by breath, the way I am meeting this moment." Feel the resonance of those words. Confidence in this tradition is not bravado. It's a quiet faith in your capacity to respond one breath at a time. You might notice urges arising to scroll, to check, to distract. These are understandable ways we try to escape discomfort. If it feels okay, stay. Stay with the ordinary miracle of an inhale. The mind likes fireworks. The heart grows from embers. We are tending a hearth in you. Each time you return to the breath, you add a small stick to the fire. Over time, the room warms. Let's touch a memory now, one that reminds you of ease. It could be a beach morning when the wind smelled like salt and fresh beginnings, or a quiet afternoon at your grandmother's table, steam rising from soup, the clink of a spoon, the low hum of life carrying on. Bring the image close. What colors are there? What textures? What is the temperature of the air? Let your body borrow sensations from that memory. The nervous system does not argue with safety. It recognizes it and settles. I want to tell you another small vignette, a scene from the Buddha's life made simple for a modern heart. Before he was called the Buddha, he was a tired, searching man sitting under a fig tree, illuminated only by night sounds and his own breath. The stories say he did not wrestle with his mind that night. He sat and allowed all of it to be here. Doubt like a cold wind, fear like a shadow at the edge of the clearing, longing like a bright star. He placed one hand on the earth, as if to say, "I am here with what is real." The earth, patient and old, bore witness. In that quiet, something in him stopped running. He did not defeat fear. He stopped feeding it. He met himself fully. That is the essence of our practice tonight. Not to become someone else, but to finally stop running from who we are. Now return to your breath. Notice if it has become a little deeper, a little less brittle. If not, no problem at all. The measure of this practice is not how calm you feel immediately, but how gently you can be with what is true. Let your ribs soften toward the bed or the chair. Let your cheeks loosen. If there is a place in your body that refuses to release, that's okay. Tell it, "You may be tight. I won't make you relax." Paradoxically, permission is the softest solvent. Let's try a short compassion upgrade for your inner self-talk. If your mind says, "I'm failing at relaxing," answer, "Of course you're tense. You've carried so much. It makes sense. I'm with you." If your mind says, "I shouldn't feel this way," answer, "Feelings are visitors. I am the home." If it says, "What if I can't handle what's coming?" answer, "I don't have to handle tomorrow tonight. Tonight I will rest." Another tiny practice you can do even in public spaces is called touch and name. Discreetly touch the thumb to each fingertip on one hand, and with each touch, name something present. Thumb to index, warmth. Thumb to middle, breath. Thumb to ring, weight. Thumb to pinky, sound. Cycle slowly. This anchors attention in the body without fanfare. It lets thoughts pass like cars on a distant road, their engines audible but not demanding. As we close this first part, make a soft agreement with yourself. Not a contract, not a vow written in stone, just a gentle intention. Tonight I will try to meet each sensation and thought with the friendliness I would offer a dear friend. If I forget, I will begin again. Beginning again is a sacred art. It's how every meditation, every healing, every dawn arrives. Feel your back settling, your breath flowing just enough. The room is friendly. The bed or chair is ashore and you are the small boat, tethered and safe for now. What you couldn't solve today does not require you to solve it in the next minute. The path from tension to ease is not a single step. It is a series of small bowings, small releases, small clear sayings. And every one of them is available to you, right here, without any special equipment, without any perfect conditions. Place both hands over your heart now, if that feels okay, one palm stacked on the other. Sense the rhythm there. Imagine your hands are warm lamps and your chest is a page. The lamps are switched on. Light is soaking the page. Read these lines in the body, not just the mind. I am safe enough for this breath. I am allowed to soften. I can be kind to myself even here. We'll continue soon with deeper practices, with everyday ways to meet worry at work, in conversations, in family life, and in the quiet, private hours when the mind grows loud. For now, let yourself be held by the simple fact of being here. The work of gentleness is already underway. Rest, dear friend. You are doing beautifully by simply being. Settle again, dear friend. Let the newness of this moment touch your skin. Feel the air across your cheeks, whatever temperature it carries. Hear the small sounds of your space, ordinary and reassuring. If you like, change your position slightly so your body receives this part as a fresh beginning. Maybe a pillow slips under a knee, maybe your head turns a few degrees to rest your neck. Let your mouth be soft. Let the shoulders hang like coats on a warm hook. There is no rush. Tonight we begin with a simple difference that changes everything. Control is the mind's project. Safety is the body's experience. Anxiety often persuades us that if we could just think hard enough, we would finally feel safe. But the equation runs the other direction. When the body feels safe enough, the mind loosens its grip. We practice not to win an argument with our thoughts, but to give the body the conditions to trust the present. From that trust, clarity appears on its own. Try a tiny gesture right now. Place one hand low on the belly and one hand over the heart. Breathe in gently and feel the belly hand lift first. Breathe out and feel the top hand settle. Whisper inside, safe enough for this breath. If your mind objects, let it. You're not promising the next 10 years. You're offering mercy to a single inhale and exhale. Notice the warmth of your palms seeping into you as if through a quiet door. Let's walk into a common moment. The inbox flood. You open your email, and with it comes the small punch of urgency. The head tipping forward, the breath getting paper thin. The mind says, if I move faster, I'll relax later. But later keeps moving away. Here is a counter move. Before you touch the mouse or the screen, let your eyes soften. Imagine your gaze widening by 1 inch on either side. Feel the back of your eyes rest. Now choose one message, just one. Read it slower than your hurry wants. Notice your shoulders while you read. If they climb, let them slide. After you send the reply, take one slow breath with your hands off the keys. This is not about productivity. It is about not sacrificing the nervous system to the god of speed. The irony is, steadiness often makes you clearer and kinder, and your work gets better. You may worry that if you soften, you'll become irresponsible. But softness is not collapse. It is responsiveness without panic, like a willow that bends in storm but doesn't break. Anxiety loves the story that panic is proof you care. Care is quieter than that and more reliable. You can love your people and your projects with a calm spine. In Buddhist language, we might say the middle way. Not apathy, not frenzy. A warm, awake center. Here's a micro-practice for transitions, those tiny doorways that make up your day. Call it the threshold breath. Each time you move from one space to another, bed to bathroom, kitchen to hallway, car to doorway, pause with one foot in the old space and one foot in the new. Let your weight be shared for a single breath. Inhale with the old room, exhale with the new. You are telling your body we change without violence. Try it now in imagination. Picture yourself at a doorway you use often. Feel the foot behind you and the foot ahead of you. Breathe. Notice the dignity that arrives when you refuse to be shoved through your life. We come back to the three frictions: grasping, resisting, and fog. In an ordinary hour, you might meet all three. Grasping when you refresh the news again, looking for a feeling of certainty. Resisting when an uncomfortable email arrives and you want to flee your chair. Fog when you stare at the same paragraph and realize you didn't absorb a word. The counter moves weight inside you. Release, acceptance, and clear seeing. Release is the unclenching hand. Acceptance is saying yes to the fact that something is here. Clear seeing is returning to what's true in your senses. The beauty is that each counter move is small enough to be done in seconds. Tiny but real. Try clear seeing with sound. Let your hearing widen. No need to hunt for noises. Let them arrive like leaves falling. Label them softly. Fridge, distant car, breath, silence. Silence is a sound too, the sound of space. Notice that none of these ask you to solve them. They are just proof that the world continues. The nervous system learns from this proof. It learns that presence is a place to live. A story now, one that has floated through centuries because it helps with uncertainty, the raw material of worry. A farmer's horse ran away. The neighbors came to say, "What bad luck." Maybe, the farmer replied. The next day, the horse returned with 3 wild horses. The neighbors said, "What good luck." Maybe. The farmer's son tried to ride one of the new horses, was thrown, and broke his leg. The neighbors said, "How terrible." Maybe. A week later, the army came through, conscripting every able young man. They left the farmer's son because of his leg. The neighbors cried, "How fortunate." Maybe. The story ends there because life doesn't end with a verdict. The wisdom isn't that things are always secretly good. It's that much of our suffering comes from sprinting to declare certainty. Maybe is a soft seat for the heart. You can add a breath to it, maybe, and breathe, then do the next steady thing. Anxiety often tries to solve emotion with prediction, but emotion needs companionship more than forecast. Try this when a wave rises. Put one hand on your sternum and feel the skin and bone, the simple architecture that holds you. Say inside, "You're allowed." Stay with the sensation for 3 breaths. Not the story around it, not the imagined outcomes, just temperature, pressure, movement. If the feeling shifts, good. If it doesn't, you have still given yourself a medicine our culture rarely offers. Presence without negotiation. Consider meetings, where tension can bloom under fluorescent lights and polite smiles. Before your next meeting, imagine it now if none is scheduled. Give yourself a 30-second prelude. Sit with both feet flat. Let your hands touch palm to palm for a moment, as if in quiet greeting. Feel the warmth between them, then separate them and place them down. This tiny ritual tells your body, I am here, not in the future I cannot control. Then choose one intention, as simple as listen for what's needed or speak once with kindness. Let that intention sit in your chest like a small lantern. You are no longer a leaf tossed by the wind. You are a person with a soft, steady flame. There is a classic story in the Buddhist tradition about visiting demons, and it wears well in modern clothing. The figure of Mara represents fear, doubt, and the seductions of despair. Some nights, Mara knocks loudly. Rather than barricade the door or pretend not to hear, the Buddha is said to have invited Mara to tea. Sit, he said. I see you. In our terms, this means we stop spending energy trying to exile a feeling and spend it on relating well to the feeling. You can try this on a restless night. Whisper, fear, you can sit with me while I breathe. I won't feed you, but I won't push you into the cold either. Then keep your attention light and kind on the breath. If your mind insists on touching the fear again, you can nod and return to the warmth of your hands on the blanket. Over time, guests that are treated with dignity often grow bored and leave on their own. Let's tend to the phone, that small altar of urgency. So often we unlock it with tension in our fingers and an invisible flinch in our shoulders. Try the intentional unlock. Before your thumb meets the glass, ask, what am I here for? Say the answer softly, to send one message, to check the time, to read one article. Then do only that and put the phone down. If you find yourself scrolling past your intention, you are not bad. You are human. Smile the gentlest smile you can manage and set the device down for a single breath. This restores your agency, the quiet kind no one can see but you can feel. Another micro-practice for work or study is called the 60-second settle. Set a subtle timer or use the end of a song. For 1 minute, sit back so your spine is supported. Let your jaw be slack for 3 seconds, then let it find neutral. Let the tongue rest behind the top teeth. On each exhale, imagine you're releasing 1 grain of sand from a fist. You don't have to open the fist in a flash. Grain by grain is the path. When the minute ends, return to the task. You might notice the edges of your thoughts are less sharp. If not, the minute was still a minute of mercy, and your body remembers. We'll add an upgrade to self-talk that meets anxiety's favorite trick: catastrophic what-ifs. When the mind says, what if it all goes wrong, you can answer, if it happens, I will meet it then. Right now, I'll care for this breath. Sometimes anxiety argues, preparing now prevents pain later. Preparation is useful when it's concrete and time-bound. You can ask, is there a clear action to take in the next 10 minutes? If yes, do it kindly and stop when the action is done. If no, let the future rest. Your nervous system cannot lift the weight of imaginary outcomes. It can lift a mug, compose a sentence, wash a dish. Bring your hands to what's here. A practice for evenings, especially if sleep has been a tricky friend, is the gentle audit of burden. Sit or lie with a notebook nearby or just the ceiling as your witness. Ask, what am I carrying that is not mine for the next 12 hours? Name a few items. Other people's moods, tomorrow's headline, the email that hasn't been written. You can even imagine a small basket by the bed. Place those things there in your mind and say, I will pick you up in the morning if you're still needed. This is not irresponsibility. It is wisdom about limits. The body knows when it has been given permission to stop lifting. Let's bring in the body more fully with a sensation tour. Begin at the feet. Notice one sensation: warmth, coolness, pressure, tingling. Move to the calves, the knees, the thighs. Slow is kind. If your mind drifts, let it drift like a kite on a long string and then reel it back without scolding. Continue to the belly, the chest, the shoulders, the arms, the hands. If you come upon tension, greet it silently. I see you. Then move on. When you reach the face, imagine warm water over the forehead and around the eyes. Let the mouth unhook. End at the crown of the head. Then say inside, this whole field belongs. Belonging announces a surprising amount of pain. You may be holding a story about who you need to be to deserve rest. The productive one, the caregiver who never tires, the strong one who never asks, the smart one who always knows. Identity can guard against uncertainty, but it also tightens the chest. Here is a soft loosening. Say just once, I don't have to be only one thing tonight. Feel the relief or the resistance to that sentence. If there's resistance, it's okay. You are not trying to pry open a locked door. You are turning the doorknob to see if it moves. Sometimes it does. Now imagine a small scene from your day that tends to spike anxiety. Maybe it's traffic, the line of red lights stretching into dusk. Maybe it's walking into a room full of voices. Maybe it's opening your finances or reading a message. Bring the scene up like a photograph. Now add breath to it. See yourself inside the scene with your hand on your belly and your eyes soft. Hear yourself say, softly, we go. Notice how the photograph shifts. Not because the world changed, but because you arrived in it with a different posture. This is the heart of practice. Not controlling the river, but learning a way to sit in the boat. A gentle parable returns us to trust in the present. Once, a traveler carried a heavy pack across a long road. A villager saw the strain and offered a stool. Rest a while. The traveler said, I cannot stop. There is far to go. The villager smiled and replied, that is why you must rest. Only then did the traveler notice the pack was full of stones that weren't needed. Souvenirs of fear, trophies of imagined disasters averted. The traveler removed 3 stones and set them by the stool. The pack felt different. The road was the same, but the body was new. Before we continue tonight, consider 3 stones you might set down for now. You can pick them up tomorrow if you really miss them. Name them, breathe, and place them beside your bed. We'll add one more practice that threads through everything. Friendly naming. When you feel an inner tug, name the categories gently. Wanting, pushing away, not seeing. Then pick the medicine. Release, acceptance, clear seeing. Simple, quick, and oddly powerful when repeated over days. You are teaching the mind a new language, one with softer consonants and larger windows. As we move toward a softer cadence for the end of this part, let the room become a companion again. Feel the sheet or the couch support you. Notice the spot where your body is heaviest. Let that spot grow by a few inches, as if gravity has kindly expanded. If your eyes are closed, you can picture a small lantern at your throat, warm and steady. The lantern doesn't demand attention. It just makes it easier to be here. If you like words to anchor you, let these be simple. Here, warmth, enough. Repeat them on the rhythm of your breath, not as a chant to banish thoughts, but as a friendly drumbeat under them. Before we close, imagine writing a compassionate note to the part of you most afraid. You don't need a pen. Your breath is the ink. The note says, I won't abandon you to get things done. We will do them together or not at all. Feel how that lands. You might sense the slightest unclasping in the belly, a small release in the throat, as if a tight collar were unbuttoned. Rest now. Let your next inhale lift your ribs like a tide just high enough to kiss the shore. Let the exhale retreat without hurry. If sleep comes, welcome it like a shy guest. If wakefulness remains, welcome it too. You are practicing the art of hospitality with your own life. This is beautiful work. Counts even when no one sees. We will continue next with practices for mornings, conversations that stir anxiety, and ways to compost stress in real time. For now, let the lantern dim to a golden ember and feel the comfort of being exactly where you are. You don't have to hold the future. You only need to cradle this breath, and then the next one as it arrives. Good morning arrives in many forms, dear friend. Sometimes it steals in like a gray cat, quiet and soft, and sometimes it blows open the curtains with bright certainty. However it meets you, we begin by choosing a gentler way to cross the threshold from sleep to waking. Let the first gesture of the day be kind. Before the mind assembles its to-do list, let the body discover it is here. If you are still lying down, feel the weight of your heels or the tops of your feet pressing the sheet. Feel the cool or warm air moving over your cheeks. Notice the breath without asking it to be different. If you are already upright, place both feet evenly on the floor and let your spine lengthen by a small measure, like a plant tilting toward light. Whisper inside, here, and wait for a single exhale to finish. This tiny pause is a seed that grows the whole day differently. Mornings can carry a special kind of anxious weather. The mind wakes fast and sprints ahead, forecasting problems and rehearsing conversations. The body, still tender from sleep, tries to keep up and tightens. Remember the difference we named earlier. Control is a mental project. Safety is a bodily experience. We give the body easy proofs of safety and let the mind borrow calm from below. Try this as you stand. Place one hand on the back of your neck where the skull meets the spine. Imagine you are a caring friend steadying your own head. Breathe twice. On the next exhale, relax your gaze by letting it soften and widen. This is your first act of clear seeing today. There is a room, there is light, there is ground. Let the ground be your ally. If the first steps of the morning feel like walking into weather you don't trust, we can weave a simple ritual called the cup and the window. Pour water or tea and stand near a window, or face the space where light would be. Hold the cup with both hands and feel its temperature. Look out or imagine looking out. Allow your eyes to gather one true detail. A line of cloud, a neighbor's balcony plant, the way light touches the wall. Say one detail, one breath. The mind may try to race right then. Smile to it and sip. You are teaching your nervous system that the world is still here, not just the world in your head. Anxiety often arrives with a question mark disguised as a command. What if? What if today goes wrong? What if I can't keep up? What if something I love breaks? Instead of arguing, we can greet the question with a kinder punctuation. Try this out loud if you're alone, or under the breath in company. What if today holds one small kindness I can offer? What if there is a moment I can unclench? What if I can be with my breath for 10 seconds in the checkout line? This is not spin. It is training the mind to widen its field. Worry is bright and narrow. We practice brightness with width. Consider the shower where thoughts can roar. Let the water become a teacher. Feel it on the crown of the head, the warmth spreading behind the ears, down the neck, over the shoulders. Instead of chasing thoughts, place attention on temperature and gravity. As droplets track along the collarbone, say quietly, "This is happening." As the stream warms the muscles, say, "This is enough." If difficult thoughts insist, name them thinking and return to the water. You are not banishing your life. You are feeding your body the kind of presence that gives your mind a better place to sit. If it feels right, finish the shower with 5 seconds of cool water on the feet and ankles. It tells the animal inside, we can feel sensations and remain safe. Now to breakfast or its absence and the tug of the phone. The hand reaches before the heart wakes. Try the morning boundary of purpose. Before unlocking, ask, "What am I here for?" If the answer is vague, let the device rest and place a hand on your belly for one breath. If the answer is clear, check the time, confirm one message, do it slowly. When you finish, set the phone down and take a single full inhale, shoulders soft. The habit is small, almost invisible, but its ripple is large. You are reclaiming the right to be a person first and a user second. The nervous system notes this and thanks you later with steadier moods. We turn now toward conversations, because human voices can stir tides in us, and many days are made of exchanges. Anxiety in conversation often comes from three frictions braided together. We want approval or certainty. We resist discomfort. We lose clear seeing of what's actually being said. The counter moves can be practiced in seconds. Begin with release. Release the performance. You don't have to be the clever one, the endlessly agreeable one, or the unflappable one. You can be the present one. Let acceptance arrive next. Some awkwardness belongs. It is a sign that real life, not a script, is happening. Then clear seeing. What words did they just use? What is the tone? What is my body doing in response? Drop from story to sensation. A small script can help with that drop. When you notice your chest tightening as someone speaks, imagine pressing an internal pause button the size of a sunflower seed. During the pause, breathe out slightly longer than you breathed in, as if fogging a mirror. Then say one bridging phrase before you answer. You might try, "Give me a second to take that in," or "Let me make sure I heard you," or "I'm going to take a breath before I respond." These phrases are doors that open to a steadier room. They are not tricks. They are honest, and honesty soothes the nervous system because it aligns inner and outer. If the conversation involves conflict, you can place a hand subtly on your thigh or the chair, grounding through touch. Say inside, "I can be kind and boundaried." Boundaries are compassion with a spine. You can practice a tender no that keeps connection intact. Try, "I want to keep talking and I need to stop for now," or "I care about this and I won't raise my voice." When you say "and" instead of "but," the body hears possibility rather than opposition. The shoulders drop a little. You are not here to win against another person. You are here to win back your own presence and to offer it. Sometimes the hardest conversations are with ourselves, particularly in the mirror in the early light. The critic arrives sharp and quick. You can meet it with upgraded self-talk that neither argues nor obeys. If the mind says "You're already behind," answer "I'm arriving now." Behind is a story. Arrival is a breath. If it says "Don't mess this up," answer "I will do one clear thing at a time." If it whispers "People will see you're not enough," answer "I can be seen as I am today." You are not trying to dominate the critic. You are teaching it new sentences that do less harm. Let's visit a parable suited for mornings. Imagine a glass jar filled with water and a handful of soil shaken hard. The water turns cloudy. If you stare and shake, it stays murky. If you set the jar down and wait, the sediment settles. The water clears not because you forced it to, but because you stopped stirring. Many mornings, the mind is the jar right after shaking. The practice is to set it down, out, with 3 minutes of doing one simple thing slowly. 3 minutes to wash the mug without checking anything else. 3 minutes to stand in the sun or by the window. 3 minutes to breathe and feel the soles of the feet. These are small acts of setting the jar on the table. Clarity is a byproduct of non-stirring. You might ask, what about days when I cannot pause, when children are calling or obligations stack like books? Then the practice becomes miniature and mobile. Carry a pocket of breath. 10 seconds repeated. Each time you touch a doorknob, each time you buckle a seatbelt, each time you hear your name, exhale longer than the inhale by a beat. A single beat is enough to tell the animal nervous system we are safe enough to feel. Safe enough is the threshold. Perfection is not required, and striving for it is its own kind of agitation. We spoke earlier of compost, and today we use it for stress. In gardens, scraps transform in a quiet pile, changing from what they were into a soil that feeds new life. Your stress can be composted in real time. What does that mean? It means we don't discard difficulty as toxic waste. We place it where warmth and air can change it. The warmth is kindness. The air is breath and space. When an irritation arrives, someone cuts you off in traffic, a message lands with a sharp edge, place it briefly on the compost before reacting. Name it once, irritation. Let it sit in the body's bin, which is your belly and your chest, while you breathe twice. Then add kindness. Of course that stung. Then add space. I don't have to move from this feeling. Often, within a minute, the sharpness softens and energy becomes usable again for clarity. This is not theory. It is a physical alchemy you can feel. We will practice composting with a scene. Picture yourself at the kitchen sink and a glass slips, shatters, and the sound is bright and sudden. The heart jolts. Habit may demand a harsh sentence to yourself. Instead, inhale, feel your feet, whisper startled. On the exhale, soften the shoulders, whisper aloud. Then move slowly, one shard at a time. By choosing slowness, you show the nervous system who is in charge. And who is in charge is not the fear but the presence that can include fear. When it is cleaned, pause and touch the counter for one breath, a small ritual of completion. You have turned a spike into a practice. The garden in you grows. We will speak of work next because morning often rushes you toward it. Many jobs require your thinking. All jobs require your being. The world will feel your being even through your emails and your code and your caregiving. Practice the 90-second arrival at the start of your work block. Seat. Plant your feet. Let the spine rise gently, not to soldier but to open a channel for breath. Scan the jaw, the eyes, the tongue, the shoulders. Release what will release. Then ask, what is the first true action? Not the most urgent appearing, but the one that clears a path. Do it for 10 minutes without opening other doors. When you finish, place your hands palm down for a single breath. This is how you keep the nervous system from pitching forward like a runner who never hears the gun. On mornings crowded by meetings, anxiety often appears as a preoccupation with outcomes. Will they approve? Will I fumble? Will this lead to more demands? Let's practice outcome lightness. Before you enter the call, touch your thumb to each fingertip once and name the next skill, not the next result. Listen deeply. Speak clearly once. Ask one curious question. Skills are in your circle of care. Outcomes live partly in weather. When the call ends, rather than jumping to the next, mark it with the smallest closing. One breath, eyes soft, jaw relaxed. Your body understands rituals. Give it a few and panic has less empty space to flood. You may wonder where courage fits in this soft practice. Softness is not the absence of courage. It is courage's favorite environment. When you are gentle with the body and honest with your mind, you can move toward what matters without dragging panic like a sack. Courage looks like sending the email that asks for clarity. It looks like saying, I don't know yet, and allowing the room to breathe. It looks like telling a loved one, I'm feeling tight. I want to be with you, and I need a minute to settle. These are movements that grow your capacity to be alive without armoring against life. We return to Dharma for a short scene. After his awakening, the Buddha didn't float above ordinary life. He walked footstep by footstep, speaking with farmers and kings, children and elders. There is a story of him eating a simple meal offered by a poor family. He accepted with the same presence he would bring to a palace. This equality of attention is a teaching for mornings. You can give your breath to washing a bowl as easily as to writing a proposal or comforting a child. When attention is kind and even the nervous system steadies, you feel less like a puppet of tasks and more like a person moving through them. Sometimes the weather inside will not match the weather outside. The sun is bright but you are heavy, or the sky is low and restless, and you feel oddly light. Clear seeing allows both to exist without forcing harmony. If heaviness visits, place a hand on your ribs and say, "Heavy is here." Then try a small physical ally. Walk for 2 minutes, even in a circle indoors, feeling the heel and then the ball of the foot, heel then ball. If restlessness visits, lie down for 2 minutes with a book on your belly, watching it rise and fall. The point is not to fix, but to companion. Companionship changes the day more than battle. In conversations that stir anxiety, you might also experiment with curiosity as a posture. Curiosity is soft in the face and bright in the eyes. It asks, "What do you mean by that?" without accusation. It wonders, "What is my chest doing right now?" as the other person speaks. A single curious question can turn argument into exploration. Try, "Can you say more?" Or when you say urgent, "What does urgent mean for you?" Or "I'm hearing that you want this soon. Here is what soon means in my world." When you translate words, bodies relax. The same language stops calling up different pictures. If you enter a room knowing that a particular person or topic inflames you, prepare a kindness plan ahead of time. Not a speech, a plan for your body. Decide your anchor. It might be your breath low in the belly. It might be the feeling of your feet. It might be a small object in your pocket, like a smooth stone. Decide your exit line in case you need to leave. "I want to be present for this, and I need 5 minutes." Decide your return ritual if you stay. "After I speak once, I will take 1 breath before speaking again." This is not manipulation. It is care for your nervous system so that you can care for the conversation. Let's offer a small practice for the commute, real or metaphorical, that bridges morning to the day. Call it landmarks. Choose 3 neutral sites you pass every day. A tree at the corner, a mural, a doorway, and each time you see one, take a breath that is 10% fuller than usual. If you commute at home from bedroom to desk, choose 3 thresholds. The bathroom doorway, the kitchen sink, the chair. Each site or threshold becomes a bell. You are letting the world ring you into presence without ceremony. Over weeks, these bells build a rhythm that anxiety must learn to dance with, rather than push against. On days when the body aches or the heart feels thin, let the mantra be "good enough is kindness." Perfection often disguises fear. Fear of being judged, of losing control, of not being safe. When you choose good enough for a task that can bear it, an email, a folded shirt, a text, you reclaim energy to be more fully present where it matters. Your relationships, your rest, your values. Anxiety's grip loosens when it can no longer recruit you into endless polishing. As the morning stretches toward midday, pause once and look back at the path you have already walked in these few hours. You got up. You breathed. You faced one small moment with tenderness. Perhaps you forgot and then remembered. Beginning again is the muscle of this path, and you are growing strong in it. Place your hand on your chest for one final morning breath and say, quietly, thank you to your own body. Not because it performed perfectly, but because it carried you here, and it is willing to learn. We end this part with a blessing sized for the hours ahead. May you move through your day neither braced against nor collapsed into it. May your breath be a soft animal that trusts your kindness. May your conversations hold space for truth and tenderness at once. May your worries find compost enough to turn into soil that feeds your clarity. When you forget, may the smallest things, light on a wall, the heft of a mug, the curve of a leaf, invite you back. And may you feel, even for a moment at a time, the quiet and dignified ease that has been yours all along. Rest in this single exhale before you go on. Then rise or remain as you are, warmed by the knowledge that you can meet what comes one breath at a time, and that this is not just enough. It is the only way anything has ever been met. You are doing beautifully. Take a gentle moment to arrive again. Let your jaw unclasp even a millimeter. Let your tongue rest like a small boat on a quiet lake. Feel where the back of your body meets support, bed, chair, couch, and lean into that contact as if you were leaning into a friend. If it feels right, soften the gaze or close the eyes and turn toward the simplest rhythm you know. Inhale, exhale. No need to improve it, just enough breath to keep you company. This part is about a skill that seems simple and can change your whole inner weather: acceptance. Not resignation, not giving up. Acceptance is the choice to stop arguing with what is already here so that your energy can be used to respond, not to resist. Anxiety often convinces us that pressure equals protection, that bracing is proof we care. But the body pays for bracing. Muscles grip, breath shortens, mind narrows. When we trade resistance for acceptance, moment by moment, we free the nervous system to do what it's designed to do. Settle when safety is real, mobilize when action helps, and return when the wave passes. Try a micro-practice called drop the rope. Picture the part of you that worries as if it's in a tug of war with a monster called uncertainty. The harder you pull, the harder it pulls. Feel the strain in your arms and jaw. Now, on an exhale, imagine simply opening your hands and letting the rope fall. The monster doesn't vanish. It just stands there with a rope on the ground. You are no longer dragged. Your body knows this posture. Shoulders lowering, belly softening, eyes widening. Take 2 breaths in that image. If your mind protests, "But I must keep pulling," answer kindly, "I won't abandon myself. I'm choosing a wiser strength." Bring this to an ordinary scene. The calendar dings, the deadline blinks, and the chest tightens. Notice the first gripping place in your body, maybe throat, maybe solar plexus. Place 2 fingertips there through your clothing and press gently, like saying, "I see you." Whisper inside, "Here it is." That sentence is acceptance. Then add 1 useful question in plain words. What is the next small helpful action? Not 10 steps from now, just 1. Write 1 line. Ask 1 clarifying question. Put 1 thing on the schedule. Acceptance returns you to the ground where action can actually happen. There's an old teaching that fits anxiety with honest kindness, the parable of the second arrow. The first arrow is whatever happens. The tight email, the traffic, the sudden memory that aches. The second arrow is the one we shoot into ourselves. Why am I like this? It always goes wrong. I'll never catch up. We can't always dodge the first. Life is alive. We can learn to stop firing the second. When something stings, try naming first arrow. Then place a hand on your belly and remain silent for 1 full breath. If the mind lifts a bow for the second arrow, smile a little and lower it. I won't add harm. This is a brave, practical tenderness. Acceptance often runs into 2 objections. 1. If I accept this, won't I get stuck here? 2. If I stop resisting, won't I lose my edge? In practice, the opposite happens. Acceptance allows movement because you are no longer spending your energy pretending you're somewhere else. And edges soften into clean clarity when bracing relaxes. Test it right now with a tiny experiment. Think of a worry that has visited you today. Say, "This is here." Then feel your feet or your hands if you're lying down for 10 seconds. Ask what wants to happen next, if anything. Notice how different that is from spiraling. We'll bring acceptance into mid-conversation fear. You're on a call, and the heartbeat lifts, and your mouth runs faster than your mind. Acceptance can be silent. Try the sunflower pause. Breathe out a beat longer. Let the shoulders drop the width of a seed, and say aloud, "Give me a moment to take that in." That sentence accepts your state and protects the space. Keeps you inside your body while the world keeps moving. Then answer from a steadier place. If your answer arrives imperfectly, accept that too. Imperfect truth steadies rooms more than polished panic. Here is a practice you can carry anywhere, small enough to use in doorways or elevators. Call it 3 labels and a breath. When anxiety sparks, label the inner friction. wanting, pushing away, not seeing. Choose the medicine. Release, acceptance, clear seeing. Whisper one pair. Pushing away, acceptance. Then take one slow breath with the jaw soft. That's all. It seems too simple until you do it 50 times across a week and watch your baseline shift from brittleness to quiet sturdiness. Imagine a waiting room, the kind with a clock that ticks a little too loudly. Normally, your mind might sprint into forecast and replay. Acceptance gives you a different chair to sit in. Feel the chair against your thighs. Name 3 colors in the room. Name the warmest spot on your body. Then say inside, waiting is here. I can be with waiting. Let your exhale be a small surrender, not to fate, but to the truth that right now, nothing is demanded of you but being here. A few minutes of this kind attention can feel like sleep to the nervous system. Let's meet another trap kindly. Often, we think acceptance means agreeing that something is good. But acceptance is about reality, not approval. The highway traffic might be inconvenient and also real. The friend's late reply might be disappointing and also true. When you accept the fact, you give yourself choices. You can leave earlier next time. You can send a clear follow-up. You can grieve a little without making it a verdict about your worth. Acceptance cleans the windshield, you still drive the car. Offer your self-talk an upgrade that carries acceptance without collapse. When the mind says, I have to handle everything, answer, I will meet one thing, then the next. When it says, I shouldn't feel this way, answer, this is how it feels right now. I can be kind while it's here. If it says, if I relax, I'll fall apart, answer, I can be soft and still whole. Say the words in your chest, not just your head, and watch how the body responds. Often with a nearly invisible loosening, the kind you only notice because your eyes see farther across the room. Sometimes acceptance needs a shape you can feel. Try the palm bowl. Turn your hands palms up and cup them lightly, as if holding warm water. In your mind's eye, pour your worry into that bowl. Don't try to drink it or throw it away. Hold it. Feel its warmth. Breathe for 30 seconds, letting the bowl be supported by your thighs or the bed so your shoulders don't work. Then, if it feels right, imagine tipping the bowl into the earth beside you. Not as dramatic disposal, but as a return. The ground is good at holding what we cannot. If it doesn't feel right to tip it, set the bowl on an inner shelf and walk away. Acceptance includes choosing how to hold. A small Dharma scene arrives here wearing modern clothes. After awakening, the Buddha taught the image of a raft. You build it to cross a river, then you set it down on the far bank. You don't strap it to your back and carry it into the forest. Many of our control strategies are rafts. They helped once. Overchecking, rehearsing, always saying yes. You crossed some rough water with them. But if you keep carrying them, they become burdens. Acceptance is the moment you notice the strap marks on your shoulders and whisper, thank you, raft. I can set you down now. It's not dramatic. It is exquisitely practical. Bring that to a workplace scene. You're preparing a slide deck, and the familiar anxiety says, polish it forever, then they can't judge you. Acceptance notices the voice, nods, and sets down the raft of endless polish. You decide what good enough means. Clear, honest, readable, and you stop there. The energy you didn't spend sanding the same edge can be used for rest, or for listening well in the actual meeting. Over time, life upgrades your rafts. You trade compulsion for skill, fear for presence. Another micro-practice, consent to the exhale. Many of us consent to the inhale, urgency loves taking in, and deny the exhale, which is surrender's quiet cousin. For 3 breaths, emphasize the exhale by a count of 1 or 2 longer than the inhale. If counting stresses you, imagine fogging a small mirror with each out-breath. The body associates long exhalations with safety. This is not a hack. It's cooperation with your design. Consent to exhale is acceptance made into breath. Acceptance can also be an agreement with your limits. In a culture that worships more, limits feel like failure. But in nature, everything alive has a form. Trees grow to a species shape and stop. Rivers curve where the land says curve. You too have a generous shape. Try this sentence after a long day. I choose a smaller circle tonight. Let that circle include what truly nourishes. Simple food, quiet company, sleep, and exclude what inflames. Arguing with comments, doom scrolling, one more load of proving. Watch how your nervous system thanks you by softening its alarm bells. A gentle warning belongs here. Acceptance is not for overriding pain that needs care. If distress spikes or old hurt surfaces sharply, pause this audio if you like. Open your eyes, look around the room, feel your feet, sip water. You can come back later. You are the authority on your pace. The Buddha called it wise effort, neither pushing past your edge nor collapsing, walking the middle way. Even this choice to tend yourself is acceptance at work. Let's give acceptance a small home ritual so it becomes muscle memory. Choose one everyday place, the faucet, the kettle, the closet door. Each time you touch it, whisper as it is, not forever, just now. The words are not a spell, they are a lens. Through that lens, the mundane world stops being the enemy you must subdue and becomes the field you can inhabit. Anxiety often wants to live in hypothetical land. As it is brings you back to the country of real things. A story from a kitchen. A parent stands over a pot of soup. A child spills something sticky. The body surges to sweat the air with frustration. Acceptance intervenes with one small movement. The parent turns off the burner. That click is a physical version of I accept that attention must move. The soup waits. The parent kneels, breathes once through the nose and wipes. The tone of the room shifts. Later, the soup still warms, and the child feels a world where mistakes do not automatically equal danger. Acceptance becomes a family atmosphere, not just an inner posture. Identity loosening lives inside this too. Notice the sentences that begin with I am always or I am the kind of person who. Anxiety loves these badges. They feel like control. Try swapping them for I notice or today it seems. I am always anxious becomes I notice anxiety is here this hour. I am the kind of person who can't relax becomes today it seems relaxing is hard. Instantly, space appears. You are not a billboard, you are a sky. Clouds come, clouds go. Clear seeing returns with that simple grammatical shift. We'll add a micro-practice for social moments that trigger worry, entries, exits, hellos. Call it belly-first greeting. Before your mouth speaks, let your awareness drop to the belly for one breath. Feel the fabric against your skin or the warmth there. Then say the greeting. People feel it. Your words ride a steadier animal. Acceptance has lowered you into your own body, and bodies communicate even when minds are busy. There will be days when you cannot seem to accept. That too can be accepted. Sit with the sentence, I'm not able to allow this yet. Then choose one small kindness that doesn't require an inner shift. Drink water, step outside, put on socks that feel good, dim a light. Sometimes acceptance arrives through the side door of care. You treat the creature well, and the creature stops panicking long enough to look around and say, maybe we are okay. A short vignette from the path. Once, a monk came to the teacher and said, my mind is like a boiling pot. I can't still it. The teacher pointed to a pond and said, sit and watch the wind. The monk sat all afternoon, frustrated that he couldn't stop the breeze from pressing ripples onto the water. At dusk, he noticed the colors of the sky painting the ripples. He began to enjoy them. The wind did what wind does. The pond did what ponds do. The monk stopped trying to flatten the world. That night, his mind didn't become empty. It became hospitable. Acceptance had turned struggle into scenery. Let's finish this part with a gentle integration ritual sized for the rest of your day or night. Touch 3 places: belly, chest, forehead, in that order. At the belly, say safe enough now. At the chest, say kindness now. At the forehead, say clarity when it's time. Then let your hands rest where they want. This little sequence trains your nervous system to look for safety where it can be found, to offer warmth where it can be given, and to trust that clear seeing doesn't arrive by force but by conditions that you can invite. As you lie back or sit steady, let one last acceptance expand like a quiet horizon behind your eyes. Life will keep changing, and you are learning a way to move with it that doesn't require you to be at war with yourself. The 3 frictions, wanting, pushing away, not seeing, won't disappear, but you are growing the countermoves until they are your default gestures. Release, acceptance, clear seeing. With these, worry loses its authority. Fear shows up and finds a friendly host who sets good boundaries and pours tea only when tea is wise. Rest here for a few breaths. Imagine the rope on the ground, the raft on the bank, the bow unstrung. Nothing essential is falling apart in this moment. The body is breathing. The room is holding you. The heart is practicing. Quietly, you are becoming the kind of person who can feel what you feel and still be gentle. That is a rare and durable strength. Arrive again, dear friend. Let your shoulders loosen a little, as if a small hand were gently brushing them toward the earth. Feel the breath like a tide that does not ask your permission. You are being breathed. If your eyes are open, soften them. If they are closed, let darkness be a warm room rather than an absence. You have nothing to perform here, only a gentle seeing. Tonight we lean into the second of our 3 inner powers, clear seeing. Compassion is the warmth of the lamp. Clear seeing is the light itself. Letting go is the hand that knows when to put the lamp down and rest. Anxiety thrives on fog and hurry. It whispers, decide now, fear the worst, make a story to hold the chaos. Clear seeing does not argue with anxiety. It simply opens the window. With real air in the room, the mind has less need to invent weather. Begin in the simplest way. Ask the body what is true. Not the mind's forecasts, not yesterday's fight replayed with better lines, not the news trying to rent space in your chest. What is true in sensation? Place one hand on the belly, one on the chest. Feel which rises first. Notice temperature on your cheeks. Note the contact points that hold you: mattress, cushion, chair. You are not using the body to escape thinking. You are using the body as an instrument calibrated to the present. It does not know tomorrow. It knows pressure, warmth, the length of an exhale. Let that be enough for a few breaths. A modern scene. You scroll the headlines and feel the pulse thicken. The mind gallops ahead, weaving disaster from a few bright lines. Clear seeing is not apathy. It is the quiet discipline of asking, what do I actually know right now? Then what is opinion? Then what is unknown? Speak the answers softly. I know the headline says X. I know my heart rate jumped. I know I am home on my couch. Opinion. This feels like it will get worse forever. Unknown. How this will unfold, what people will choose tomorrow, what I will do next week. In that small inventory, something shifts. The mind regains honesty. Honesty is a pressure release valve. There is an old teaching that suits this moment. Test things as a goldsmith tests gold, by rubbing, cutting, heating. Don't believe everything because it is said loudly or even because it is said by a kind voice. For our purposes, the test is gentler. Rub the thought against your senses. Cut it into what's true, what's story, what's unknown. Warm it with compassion. When thoughts pass this test, they tend to quiet. When they don't, they reveal themselves as anxious embroidery, beautiful in its effort, but not required to wear tonight. Try a micro-practice you can do anywhere. It is 16 seconds long, which is an odd number only so your mind won't expect it. On the inhale, ask what is true in the body. On the exhale, name one sensation in plain words. Pressure at heels, warmth on lips, cool air in nose. On the next inhale, ask what is true in the room. On the exhale, name one neutral detail. Hum of fridge, shadow on wall, weight of blanket. That's it. The nervous system recognizes truth spoken softly and settles by degrees. We often mistake clear seeing for harsh seeing. We imagine a stern voice announcing the facts. But clear seeing is tender. It is the friend who sits beside you and says, "Here is what's happening. I will stay." In Buddhist language, this tenderness and accuracy live well together. You can say, "I am afraid," and at the same time, "I am breathing," and at the same time, "Nothing requires me to decide everything tonight." More than one truth can live in a single room. When anxiety insists on a single catastrophic story, widen the frame. What else is true? Not to cancel fear, but to stop fear from claiming the entire sky. A parable to hold this. Several villagers, blindfolded, are asked to describe an elephant. One touches the trunk and says, "It is a snake." Another touches a leg and says, "It is a tree." Another finds the side and says, "It is a wall." They argue, certain and loud, each describing a part as the whole. Our minds do this all day. A single difficult message and we announce, "My career is collapsing." One tense silence from a friend, and we decree, "They don't love me anymore." Clear seeing loosens the blindfold a little. It doesn't mock the part your hand is on. It just asks what other parts are here. The elephant is still large, but not a snake, not a wall, not a tree. Many parts, one creature still moving gently. Bring this to a conversation that prickles. Someone's tone tightens, your stomach knots. The story rushes in. They're angry. "I'm in trouble. I must fix this now." Clear seeing slows the film. Imagine tapping a pause icon with your breath. Ask inside, what words did they actually use? What did their face actually do? What did my body feel and where? You might discover that they said fewer accusing things than your inner prosecutor wrote into the script. You might feel the difference between your history speaking and this moment speaking. In that small distance, you gain room to respond instead of react. Let's add a micro-practice called 3 True Things. When the mind spirals, speak 3 small truths out loud if you can, or silently in your chest. The time, the place, the body. It is 10:14 p.m. I am on my couch. My feet are warm. You can swap details, but keep them simple and sensory. If your mind says, "This is silly," let the sentence pass like a truck on the road. You are building a bridge to the present. Trucks can rumble by and the bridge still stands. There is also a clear seeing in admitting when you don't know. Anxiety treats uncertainty as a failure. Wisdom treats it as a real condition, like weather. Try saying, "I don't know yet," and feel the exhale that follows. Add, "and I don't need to know to take a kind step." Then take a kind step. Drink water, send one honest sentence, get 5 minutes of air, set a boundary with warmth. Each kind step is a brick in the ground beneath you. You cannot build a whole road tonight. You can place one brick well. A short scene from the life of the Buddha echoes this. A monk once asked not, "What is the exact nature of the cosmos?" but, "How do I cease unnecessary suffering?" The story goes that the Buddha did not spend the evening solving the universe. He pointed to the arrow already in the monk's side. We started this earlier with the second arrow. Now we turn the lens. Clear seeing says, what hurts right here? Is it a thought I am believing without evidence? Is it a clench in my jaw? Is it the way I am talking to myself? You cannot heal the whole world tonight. You can remove one splinter of unnecessary harm, one cruel sentence, one bit of frantic checking, one breath held for no reason. Your phone can be a friend to clear seeing if you teach it to be. Place one small note on your lock screen or in your favorites. It reads, "What is true now?" Each time you wake the screen, read the note and answer once before you scroll. If this feels corny, smile at your elegance detector and proceed anyway. The nervous system loves repetition. Give it the same good question enough times, and it will begin to ask it for you even in rooms without your phone. Self-talk is a lever here. When the mind says, "I need certainty right now," answer, "I need honesty more than certainty." When it says, "If I imagine the worst, I'll be prepared," answer, "Preparation lives in specific actions. Fear rehearsals are not actions." When it says, "I must solve everything tonight," answer, "I will solve one thing I can touch and let time do the rest." Feel those phrases not just as ideas but as postures. They let the shoulders lower, the breath lengthen, the gaze widen. Identity loosening belongs to clear seeing too. The sentence "I am a worrier" becomes "Worry is visiting me." The sentence "I overthink" becomes "Thinking is loud right now." The sentence "I can't trust myself" becomes "I'm learning to trust myself one small promise at a time." Each grammatical shift creates space between you and the weather of your mind. In that space, choices appear that weren't visible before. You are not trying to deny your tendencies. You are refusing to tattoo them on your skin. Another micro-practice, the 5 sense reset. For 10 seconds each, walk your attention through seeing, hearing, touch, smell, taste, whatever is available without strain. Noticing a shadow counts as seeing. The faintest indoor scent counts as smell. The aftertaste of toothpaste counts as taste. You are not looking for beauty, though it may arrive. You are looking for reality. Reality is often gentler than our predictions. Let's visit the body with more precision. Anxiety often pulls attention upward, crowding the forehead, tightening the scalp, narrowing the eyes. Clear seeing draws attention down and wide. Try the soft peripheral gaze. Without moving your head, become aware of the space to the left and right of your eyes, as if your vision is a shallow bowl. Feel how this small shift calms the inner stance of hunting. Then drop attention to the soles of your feet or the curve of your calves if you are lying down. The body has a hierarchy of settling. When the ground is in attention, the upper stories of the house can relax. A work scene. You open a draft and feel the familiar panic. Not good enough, not complete, not ready. Clear seeing asks, what is the draft for? Who will read it? What is the one thing it must do? Your mind may resist the simplicity. Gently insist, I am writing to inform A of B in C words. Then circle the sentences that do this job and keep them. Release the ornaments made of fear. When you send, pause with your hands off the keyboard and breathe once. The nervous system notes this completion and learns to trust you. Trust breeds calm. You might wonder how clear seeing relates to compassion when the world's suffering is real. Isn't softness naive? Clear seeing is the opposite of naive. It lets you look at pain without decoration and then offer what is within your circle of care. If news hurts, ask, is there a concrete way to help today? A donation, a call, a conversation, a vote, a tender act nearby. Do that and then stop. When your mind tries to pay with rumination, remind it gently, suffering is not reduced by my panic. If stopping feels disloyal, place a hand over the heart and say, I will keep my heart open and my nervous system steady so I can help again tomorrow. Steady hearts help longer. A small ritual anchors this. Choose a corner of your room as the clarity spot. Nothing fancy, just a place where you can sit or stand for 30 seconds. When confusion swarms, go there. Touch the wall. Name one intention in 7 words or fewer. Send the email kindly. Rest for 10 minutes. Apologize once. Drink water and stretch. Then leave the spot and do that one thing. The brain learns, We go to that place to stop spinning and start doing one helpful action. Over days, this builds a quiet reputation with yourself. We will also practice the near enemy of clear seeing, certainty theater. This is when you pretend to know in order to quiet fear and then pay for it with brittle defenses. Instead, practice confident uncertainty. Say, here is what I know. Here is what I don't. Here is what I'm choosing. Here is when I'll check again. Speak this to yourself or to a colleague or to a loved one. Watch how it de-escalates rooms. People don't need you to be a prophet. They need you to be present and honest. A simple home scene now. You misplace your keys. The stomach flips. The story begins. I'm always a mess. I'm going to be late. The day is ruined. Clear seeing takes a breath and asks, where did my hands last feel them? What room? What surface? It walks you, not your narrative, back through the morning. You find them on the windowsill, and in that moment practice a tiny gratitude. Thank you, attention. You didn't solve a grand mystery. You just replaced fog with detail. The nervous system remembers this success and offers it back to you next time as a calm little voice that says, we can look. Sometimes clear seeing means seeing that you are depleted. No amount of logic opens a clenched back or an overworked heart. The kindest clarity then is to rest or to move gently. Walk outside for 5 minutes. Lie down with a book on your belly and watch it rise and fall for 10 breaths. Stretch your hands and notice the dozens of small bones that serve you all day. This is not indulgence. It is maintenance. Machines and minds break when they are run past their limits in the name of appearing strong. You may carry a story that clear seeing is cold. That to see things as they are is to remove color. Notice whether that story is the voice of fear, which prefers fantasy even if it hurts. In practice, the opposite often unfolds. When you see clearly, the line of light on a cup, the exact tone in a friend's voice, the quiet truth that you need to be alone for 20 minutes, the world regains depth. Saturation returns. Decisions feel like setting a glass on a table, not like throwing it in the air and hoping to catch it. Add a micro-practice for evenings called 3 True and 1 Kind. Before bed, speak 3 true things and 1 kindness to yourself. True, I answered 2 messages I was afraid to answer. True, I felt lonely in the afternoon. True, I cooked something simple. Kind, I'm proud of my steadiness today, or I will rest now because I am worth rest. This is the nectar clear seeing drinks. Truth without drama, kindness without performance. Over time, nights soften. Worry learns it can ride with you to the edge of the day and then set you down without clutching. A short Dharma vignette closes the teaching part. Once, a student asked the teacher for the essence of practice. The teacher raised a finger, then pointed to the moon rising. The finger is not the moon, the teacher said. Thoughts, labels, stories, they point. They are useful, but they are not the thing itself. Clear seeing is remembering to look up, to let the pointing bring you to what's vivid and unmanufactured. Your breath is a moon. The warmth on your palms is a moon. The particular life in front of you tonight is a moon. Keep looking. Before we wind down this part, let's do a guided minute of clear seeing together. Close your eyes if they're open, or soften them if they're closed. Inhale and whisper, body. Exhale and name 1 sensation. Inhale and whisper, room. Exhale and name 1 detail. Inhale and whisper, truth. Exhale and say, I am here. 3 more breaths with that rhythm, and let the exhale lengthen just a little each time. If a thought interrupts, nod to it and ask it kindly to wait in the hallway. Sometimes thoughts behave when they are treated like guests with coats and hats, given a place to hang things while you sit for a minute by the fire. We will keep tending your self-talk. When your mind says, if I don't figure this out now, I'm unsafe, answer, I am safe enough to rest while I don't know. When it says, I can't trust my perception, answer, I will verify with one concrete action. When it says, I must convince them, answer, I will speak plainly once and let it land. You aren't trying to win a debate. You are offering the nervous system the kinds of sentences that make muscles unclench. Let the finish be soft. Feel the ground under you again, as if the earth were a large, kind animal and you were resting against its flank. Place a palm over the heart and a palm over the belly and let them warm the skin through fabric. Say, here is the truth I can hold tonight. Speak one simple sentence, no bigger than your breath. I am breathing, or I am allowed to rest, or I will meet tomorrow when it becomes today. Let silence receive that sentence. Let the room hold it with you. In this practice of clear seeing, you are not trying to become the person who never worries. You are becoming the person who recognizes worry as weather and opens the window to check the sky. Some nights the sky will be wild. Some nights it will be plain and blue. Your strength is neither in controlling the sky nor in fearing it. Your strength is in looking up with a steady neck and a kind jaw, then choosing the next right step on the ground. Rest here for a moment longer. If sleep wants you, let it take you gently. If wakefulness remains, let it be in a wake that is kinder, less crowded by fog. The lamp is warm. The light is soft. The hand that can set it down is learning its timing. You are walking this path with dignity, and the path is walking you back, step by step, to a life that feels less like bracing and more like belonging. Settle in, dear friend. Feel the gentle weight of this moment resting in your hands like a warm stone. If you like, place that stone right over your heart, your palms stacking softly, fabric meeting skin, warmth meeting warmth. Let your breath arrive without choreography. Let your body be greeted by the room, and let the room be greeted by you. We begin this part with the third inner power, the one that makes all the others possible. Compassion. Compassion is the quiet warmth that says, I see your pain and I wish relief. For anxiety and worry, compassion is not a slogan. It is a practical, bodily kindness that changes the signals your nervous system receives. It lets your inner animal uncurl. It makes space for letting go. It makes clear seeing feel safe. Compassion begins with turning toward the place that hurts. Not staring hard, not fixing, just turning. Take a slow inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth as if you are fogging a winter window. Now say inside, this is hard. Let the words be simple, honest, and small enough that your chest can hold them. Notice the micro shifts, the jaw a degree softer, the breath a degree longer, the eyes a degree kinder. You just offered comfort without conditions. Anxiety's engines run on conditions. I will be kind when I am perfect, when I am caught up, when I stop feeling this way. Compassion flips the order. Be kind first. The engine's quiet. Clarity follows. Let's bring compassion to a modern scene. You send a message and immediately feel the aftershock. Did I say it right? Did I reveal too much? Should I have softened that line? That familiar tightening slips under your ribs. The reflex is to reopen the message again and again, to polish the past from inside a future that hasn't arrived. Here is the counter move. Place a hand on your sternum, feel the simple architecture of bone and breath, and whisper a three-part kindness. 1. Name it, ouch, anxiety is here. 2. Normalize it. Of course I care. I want to be understood. 3. Wish well. May I be gentle while this passes. Then, if action is needed, take one clear step. Send a follow-up sentence if it's truly helpful, or, if not, set the device down for a single slow breath. Compassion does not erase responsibility. It erases needless punishment. Another scene. Bedtime with a child, a partner, a pet, or just yourself. You mean to be patient, but your nervous system is jangled. A dropped toothbrush, A repeated question. A meow at the door feels like a verdict on your worth. Compassion makes a small ceremony of pause. Kneel to the height of the moment if a child is involved, literal or inner child. Place a palm to the floor or to your thigh and breathe once. Say quietly, I want to be kind, and I need one breath. Then proceed at the speed of kindness. You will be imperfect. Compassion is the agreement that imperfect kindness still counts. Here's a micro practice we'll return to all night. It's called the 3 wishes breath. On the inhale, silently say, may I be safe enough. On the exhale, may I be kind enough. On the next inhale, may I see clearly enough. Enough is important. Anxiety worships extremes. Compassion trusts sufficiency. 3 breaths, 3 wishes. Repeat anytime the inner weather darkens. Letting go often feels impossible without compassion. Imagine your clenched fist around a thought. If I release this, who will protect me? Compassion answers, I will. That answer needs to be felt, not just thought. Try this. Cradle your opposite forearm with your hand, like you might cradle a sleeping bird. Feel warmth pass from palm to skin. Whisper, I've got you. Then imagine the clenched thought as a small stone in the other hand. Without drama, place the stone on the table beside you. You can pick it up later. For now, the arm in your hand is the priority. You are teaching the body that releasing a thought does not mean you are defenseless. It means you are held. A short story from the tradition wears modern clothes. A man hurled insults at the Buddha, furious that his calm could not be cracked. When he finished, the Buddha asked, if someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong? The man said, to the giver. The Buddha nodded. In our terms, when panic offers you a gift of self-harshness, you can decline. You can notice the package, you failed, you're weak, you should have known, and set it gently down. The words are still in the air. The momentum still rushes at your skin, but you do not have to put the necklace on. Compassion is the hand that declines without contempt. Try a micro-practice called kind label, kind action. When anxiety spikes, label your state in a way that a good friend would. Overwhelmed friend here. Then take one tiny kind action toward your body. Sip water, unclench jaw, soften gaze, rub the center of your palm with a thumb for 10 seconds. Labeling with affection tells your nervous system, we are not in a courtroom. We are in a living room. Kind action proves it. Compassion also heals the hard edges of identity. The sentence, I'm too sensitive becomes, my sensitivity notices life closely. It deserves care. The sentence, I'm a mess becomes, I'm in a messy moment. I can be kind to me. The sentence, I always overreact becomes, my body reacts fast. I can reground slowly. Feel the weight these swaps remove from your shoulders. Identity softens from granite to clay. Clay can be shaped by breath and time. Let's visit work where compassion can feel out of place. Suppose a colleague writes sharply. Your belly caves. Your mind drafts 3 defensive paragraphs. Your neck stiffens into a lectern. Compassion does not mean absorbing harm without clarity. It means you treat your own body well while you decide. Try this approach. First soothe, then see, then serve. Soothe. 2 slow breaths with your hand on your chest, saying, this stung. See what is actually asked, what is tone, what is story. Serve, what is the next helpful response, including no response for an hour. Write 1 honest line, kind and boundaried, then stop. Anxiety wants you to sprint, compassion walks, and walking gets you there without bleeding. A tiny ritual for the mirror can soften the critic that lives in morning light. Look at your eyes, not your opinions of your face. Whisper, good morning, friend. Takes 2 seconds, and your nervous system hears the relational tone. You do not have to adore what you see. You only have to treat the person you see as worthy of gentleness. Many of us learn to whip ourselves forward with scorn. It works in the short term like caffeine on an empty stomach. Compassion is breakfast. A parable of the mustard seed holds grief and belonging. A mother whose child had died came to the Buddha, begging for medicine. "Bring me a mustard seed from a home untouched by death," he said. She searched and found no such home. Returning, she understood not as a concept, but in the bones that sorrow is part of human life. The medicine was belonging. Translate this to anxiety. "Bring me a life untouched by uncertainty," he might say. You won't find one. The medicine is not eliminating uncertainty. It is belonging to the tribe of humans who feel it and move gently anyway. Compassion says you are in good company. Even this can be carried together. Let's make compassion practical in conversation. Before you speak, try a 6-second kind arc. For 2 seconds, feel your breath at the base of the ribs. For 2 seconds, let your gaze soften, including the other person as a full human. For 2 seconds, shape your next sentence to reduce harm and increase truth. That's the arc: body, eyes, words. You won't nail it every time, but 6 seconds over and over makes conversation safer, inside your body and between bodies. Sometimes compassion needs armor, not spikes, armor. Boundaries are how compassion survives the day. Try the sentence, "I care about this and I can't do it in this way." Or, "I want to keep talking and I need a pause." The "and" matters. It holds both care and limit. Anxiety often tells you that saying no means you are cold. Compassion says, saying no now is how I can say yes later without resentment. Let's offer a micro practice you can do in bed when rumination starts looping like a late-night infomercial. It's called stroke and say. With 2 fingers, gently stroke your forearm from elbow toward wrist, slow and light, while you say a simple phrase to yourself. "I'm here," or "easy body."
10 strokes, 10 phrases.
You are not hypnotizing yourself. You are speaking mammal language. Touch plus tone equals safety. Safety makes space for sleep to find you. Another practice, portable and particularly effective when guilt chews at the edges. The repair micro note. If your anxiety stems from a sharp word you spoke or a promise you missed, compassion doesn't drown in shame. It moves toward repair. Write a note in 1 or 2 lines. "I see what happened. I'm sorry for my part. Here is one way I'll tend it." Send if appropriate. If sending now would be intrusive, save it for morning and let your body feel the relief of intention. Repair is compassion in motion. We'll weave compassion into the 3 frictions again. Wanting, grasping says, "Make it perfect so they love me." Compassion answers, "I am lovable in progress. I'll do the next kind step." Pushing away, aversion says, "This feeling must go." Compassion answers, "This feeling can sit beside me while I breathe." Not seeing, confusion says, "It's all bad or all good." Compassion answers, "It's mixed, and I will stay gentle while I sort the parts." Speak these like you would to a friend. Your body is listening for tone as much as content. A small Dharma image helps. The lotus grows in mud. The flower isn't embarrassed by the mud. It includes it. Anxiety's mud. Tension, worry, racing thoughts doesn't disqualify you from blooming. Compassion is the warmth and water that let the stem rise anyway. You do not have to scrub the pond to deserve a blossom. You can be a muddy, blooming person. That sentence alone can loosen a decade of shame. Let's practice a 1-minute compassion meditation sized for crowded days. Sit or lie as you are. On the inhale, silently say, "For this body." On the exhale, "May it be at ease." Next, inhale, "For those I love." Exhale, "May they be at ease." Next, inhale, "For those I find difficult." Exhale, "May they be at ease." Final inhale, "For all beings near and far." Exhale, "May we be at ease." If the phrase sticks in your throat for Those I find difficult. Shorten it. May I not add harm. That is honest and kind. Compassion for the future you is also medicine for worry. Anxiety tries to protect future you by punishing present you. Try this instead. Write a tiny kindness I owe you. One sentence on a scrap or in your notes. Dear future me, I set out a glass of water and made the first bullet for you. Love me. Or I left you a cleared table so you can land softly. When you arrive in that future, your body registers care. It learns that you are on your own side. Over time, this changes your baseline. Why spin catastrophes about a self who is reliably kind to you? If you care for others, children, elders, clients, you may fear that compassion for yourself will drain the well. In practice, compassion grows the well. 10 seconds of warm hand to chest before you enter the room. One kind sentence after you leave. You showed up as best you could. A sip of water in the hallway. This is not indulgence. This is preserving the instrument that plays the music of your care. A kitchen parable for letting go through compassion. You clutch a mug you love. You fear dropping it. The fear makes your grip rigid, and the mug feels heavier. Compassion suggests a different hold, firm and soft, fingers curved, wrist relaxed. The mug is still precious, but you're no longer strangling it. That is how compassion helps you release. You keep what matters with a hold that breathes. We'll add a script for self-talk that meets anxiety on its own terrain. When your mind says, if I don't rehearse every disaster, I'll be blindsided, answer, I can prepare with one concrete step and care for the rest with kindness. When it says, people will think I'm weak, answer, kindness is strength you can feel. When it says, if I forgive myself, I'll stop trying, answer, kindness helps me try wiser, not harder. These are not affirmations pasted over fear. They are handrails down a steep staircase. A brief scene from the Buddha's days of walking. A follower asked how to cultivate loving kindness. The instruction was simple. Begin with someone easy to love, then include someone neutral, then someone hard, and finally yourself throughout. For us, we flip it. Begin with yourself in a small way, this breath, this ache, this hour, then let the warmth seep outward. The order isn't a command. It's a reminder that the warmth you refuse yourself rarely reaches others intact. Now a practice for heat-of-the-moment spirals called the Mercy Minute. When you notice you're gone, lost in the fast lane of fear, take 60 seconds and do exactly 3 things. 1. Place both feet flat or feel the heaviest part of your body sink. 2. Stroke your forearm or press your palms together once. 3. Say a single merciful sentence, no bigger than your breath. You're trying so hard. I'm with you. That's the minute. Then re-enter the moment. The Mercy Minute is repeatable without drawing attention. Over time, your body begins to do it for you, like a friend taking your hand in a crowd. There will be times when compassion brings up grief. Sometimes when you stop fighting yourself, the dam opens. If tears arrive, let them slide without a story. Place a hand at the back of your neck and feel life moving through. If tears don't arrive, nothing is wrong. Compassion looks different in different seasons. Trust the season you're in. Before we ease toward the close of this part, choose a small compassion ritual to plant in your evening. Options. Place a folded blanket at the foot of your bed as a gift to bedtime you. Leave a light low in the kitchen so midnight you meets warmth. Set a glass of water by your morning place. Write one kind line on a sticky note. Rest is respectable. Or soft counts. Little rituals teach your body that kindness is not a rare visitor but a housemate. We'll finish with a guided practice, a metta whisper suited for sleep or rest. If it feels right, place one hand on the heart and one on the belly. Let your breath find a tide that feels natural. Silently, say these phrases and adjust the words so they fit your mouth and life. May I be safe enough for this breath. May I feel held by this room. May my body release what it can and keep what it must with kindness. May my mind rest in the lap of the present. May those I love feel one small ease tonight. May those I find difficult be free from needless suffering. May all who worry find a gentle hand within reach. If these words feel too many, reduce them to 4: safe, held, release, rest. Match each to an exhale. Let the syllables be soft wool for the corners of your mind. As you lie back or sit steady, picture the day like a field at dusk. Some corners worked, some tangled in bramble. Compassion walks with a lantern, not to judge the rows, but to bless what grew and to let the tools rest. You are allowed to set the rake down. You are allowed to leave a few weeds for morning. The lantern will be here when you wake. Place your palms together for a moment, as if greeting yourself. Feel the warmth between them, the hum of being alive. Bow your head the smallest amount. Not to an ideal you must become, but to the real you who is practicing. That bow is compassion embodied. Says thank you for trying. Says we will keep going gently. Rest now, dear friend. Let the night hold you. Let your breath be unremarkable and therefore holy. Even if worry whispers, let compassion answer with a quiet yes to your belonging. You are learning the art of being on your own side. From here, letting go is not a fall. It is a settling. Clear seeing is not a glare. It is dawn. And compassion is the warmth that makes both possible. Arrive here again, dear friend. Let this moment be unhurried. Perhaps you're reclining, the soft weight of a blanket rising and falling with your breath. Perhaps you're walking slowly around a room with the lights low, each step a quiet nod to the floor. Wherever you are, soften the corners of your eyes. Let your jaw hang loose for a few breaths, then let it find neutral. Your body knows how to come home. Your breath knows how to find a rhythm without coaching. All we're doing is listening. Tonight we lean into letting go, not throwing away your life, not giving up on what you love, not numbing out. Letting go is the art of releasing the unnecessary tightness around what matters, so it can breathe and live. When you unclench your hold on a thing, you don't lose it. You stop strangling it. You stop strangling yourself. In the language we've been using, letting go is the countermove to grasping. Grasping says, if I squeeze this thought or task or person hard enough, I'll be safe. Letting go says, I can hold gently and be safe enough. Try a tiny gesture to feel the difference. Make a fist gently, but enough to notice tension travel up your forearm. Keep breathing. Notice what your shoulders do, what your jaw does. Now open your hand and let the fingers curve naturally, not limp, just alive. Feel the forearm soften a degree, the shoulder find its socket again. That is the shape of letting go. It is not collapse. It is a living hold. Bring this to an ordinary scene. The inbox pulsing with red circles, the mind surging with not yet finished. Grasping will have you hop from message to message, heart rate high, seeking a moment of relief that keeps sprinting away. Letting go can begin with a sentence spoken inside your chest. I release the demand to finish everything now. Then you ask a clean question. What is the next helpful thing? You choose one note to answer. You answer it without negotiating with 15 others. Then this is part of letting go. You stop for one full breath with your hands off the keys. Not because you earned it, but because pausing is how your nervous system learns that doing and resting are allowed to be neighbors. Another scene. You're lying in bed and a thought hooks you. It's an old hook, well worn. What if they're disappointed in me? What if I'm not prepared? What if the smallest sign means disaster? The hook doesn't just snag the mind. It tugs the whole body forward. Letting go here looks like naming the hook without climbing the rope. thinking, you whisper, grasping. Then you rest your attention in your hands or your belly and add a small physical release. On the exhale, let the tongue float, let the shoulders drop a centimeter, let the back of the eyes soften. You may do this 30 times in a night. That is not failure. That is training the hand to open every time it notices the fist. Identity loves to be grasped. I am the reliable one. I am the funny one. I am the fixer. These costumes are not wrong. They are just too small when worn as skin. Letting go means wearing roles like lightweight jackets. You can put one on when it's cold and remove it when the room warms. Try this sentence. Tonight, I don't have to be only one thing. Feel the way that sentence makes room in your ribs. If it brings resistance, let that be true too. Letting go includes letting go of forcing yourself to let go. A parable that has survived many retellings speaks to this. Two monks were walking along a muddy road when they came upon a woman unable to cross a stream. One monk lifted her, carried her across, and set her down. The two monks walked on in silence until the other burst out, "We're not supposed to touch women. Why did you do that?" The first monk replied, "I set her down at the stream. You're still carrying her." The teaching is not about rules, it's about the burden of mental carrying. We take an encounter, an email, an old conversation, and we lift it again and again with our thoughts until our shoulders ache. Letting go is setting it down in the place where it belongs, the past. Try it now with a small memory that keeps visiting. Picture it, not to relive it, but to take your hands off it. See yourself placing it in an imaginary box with air holes and kindness. Close the lid. Place the box on a shelf labeled remembered and held. You're not erasing it. You're ending the rehearsal. If the box slides off the shelf later, memories are mischievous. You can put it back up without scolding yourself. Releasing is a practice, not a single grand gesture. We'll weave this into the 3 frictions again because they are so useful. Wanting tightens around outcomes. Pushing away tightens against discomfort. Not seeing tightens into stories that pretend to be facts. Letting go loosens each knot. You release the outcome enough to take a good step. You allow the discomfort enough to stop adding a second arrow. You check the story with your senses and drop what isn't true. Each loosening returns energy to you. Energy that bracing had been burning like a candle left under a bright light. There is a small experiment you can run with objects. Go to your nightstand or your bag and choose a thing that has become a symbol of anxious loyalty. An old receipt, a tab left open for weeks, a note you keep meaning to address. Hold it. Notice what your body does. If it tightens, say, "Thank you for what you were." Then decide with kindness to place it in one of 3 lands. Keep and tend tomorrow. Let go now, decide in 3 days. If you choose decide in 3 days, set a small reminder. Letting go doesn't mean pretending you won't care later. It means trusting that a wiser, more rested you can make the call then. Already you can feel the breath you buy back by not clutching every decision. Social media can be a museum of grasping. Toward approval, toward certainty, toward belonging. Before you open an app, try the micro-ritual of 2 purposes. Whisper what you're there for twice. I'm here to check 1 message. I'm here to send 1 note of kindness. Then do those and leave. If you get pulled into the gallery of comparison, remember you can set the painting down. Say, "This is a story about someone else's highlight. I don't have to make it a verdict about me." Close the app. Place your palm flat on your chest for 1 breath. Letting go is leaving a room before it repaints your sense of self. Relationships ask us to practice this art with nuance. Letting go is not detaching from people. It's detaching from the fantasy that you can manage their minds. You can love without supervising. When you feel the urge to fix someone's mood, offer yourself 3 questions. Is there a kind action within my circle of care? Have I done it? Can I let the rest live where it lives? If the answer to the first is no, you can sit near, breathe, and trust that presence is already a kind offering. If the answer is yes, do the action and stop. Anxiety tries to pay extra with rumination. You can put the wallet away. At work, letting go shows up as a willingness to complete. Perfectionism is grasping dressed in a tidy shirt. You can update your agreement with yourself. I will deliver clear and caring work, and I will not buy the ticket to the endless loop. For one project this week, imagine it now, decide what clear and caring looks like. A certain number of checks, a certain time boundary. Then meet the boundary and stop. When the urge to reopen it rises, thank the part of you that wants to protect you from judgment. Say, we're safe enough with good enough. Put your hands on your thighs, feel their weight, breathe once, and let the project go. The first few times, you may feel almost dizzy with freedom. That feeling is called space. We'll add a micro-practice called label, loosen, leave. Label the grasping, perfectionism, approval hunting, control. Loosen with one physical cue. Drop the shoulders, open the hand, long exhale. Leave by redirecting your body to the next true action. Stand and drink water, walk to a different room, tap send, close the tab. The 3 L's take under a minute, and you can do them in a meeting without anyone knowing except your nervous system, which will thank you. A small story from the Buddha's wandering days helps. Early followers asked for rules, long lists to secure goodness. He offered precepts, simple, living guidelines, meant to be carried lightly. He suggested that clinging to even the teachings is like clinging to a raft after you've crossed the river. Useful for crossing. Heavy when the ground is solid. Letting go includes letting go of the strategies that helped once but weigh you down now. Over-rehearsing used to avoid harm. Now it breeds it. Over-apologizing used to keep peace. Now it hollows you out. Thank them and set them down on the bank. Letting go has a sound, and you can hear it in your exhale. Many of us inhale as if the breath were a life raft and exhale like we don't trust the ocean to hold us. For 3 breaths, let the exhale be a fraction longer, as if you're warming a cold window. Feel the micro-surrender. You're not abandoning the ship. You're lowering the sail to match the wind. Now we'll bring letting go to a memory that keeps replaying with a sting. Sit or lie as you are. Inhale and quietly say, I acknowledge. Exhale and say, I release my grip. On the next inhale, name one harmless present detail, a hum, a weight, a warmth. On the exhale, say, I'm here. Repeat twice. If the memory insists, you can give it a place to sit beside you like a guest on a bench. Not in your lap, not at the door banging, just on the bench. You will not entertain it all night, but you will not shove it down the stairs either. Strangely, guests treated with dignity often grow bored. Let's visit a closet for a metaphor you can feel. Clothes that once fit your season are still hanging, heavy with old meaning. You don't need to throw them all out to know that tonight you will wear the soft shirt that lets your ribs expand. In the same way, you don't need to solve your entire relationship with control to choose a softer sentence. Swap I must manage everything for I will meet one thing and rest. Swap I can't drop this thought or disaster will strike for if disaster comes. I will meet it with breath and help. Your nervous system changes not by debate but by repetition of kindness. There is a small practice for letting go at thresholds. As you pass through a doorway, imagine you're moving through a curtain that brushes off what is not needed on the other side. Leaving the kitchen, you leave the minor spill that's already cleaned. Entering your room, you leave the work sentence that has no business in your pillow. This is pretend in the way that athletes pretend in visualization. The body learns from it. After a week of doorways, you may notice you're less likely to bring the meeting into dinner, less likely to carry a text into sleep. What about letting go in conversation, especially when tension rises? Try the half-breath response. Before you speak, breathe half an exhale and let your shoulders drop. This tiny drop is enough to loosen the jaw of the voice. Then choose a sentence that holds your boundary without clinging to being right. I see it differently and I want us to stay kind. Or, I'm gonna pause this for now and return after lunch. Or, I want to understand you, and my body needs a breath before I can. You do not need to win, you need to remain inside yourself. That is victory of a deeper sort. Self-talk again, upgraded for release. When your mind says, if I don't worry about it, I'll be blindsided, answer, worry is not a shield. Presence is. When it says, letting go means I don't care, answer, letting go is how I care without bleeding. When it says, if I stop controlling, everything falls apart, answer, control is a small net. Life is a big ocean. I will swim with my breath and my values. Speak these sentences softly and feel how the muscles around your chest respond. We'll do a short guided release together, sized for tired hours. If it feels right, place one hand on the belly and one on the heart. Inhale and imagine gathering what you've been holding, a thought, a task, a vigilance. Exhale and imagine handing some of it to the bed, the chair, the floor. Inhale and gather what remains. Exhale and hand a little more away to the earth under the building, ancient and patient. Inhale and gather the last bits that simply won't go yet. Exhale and say, you can stay for now. I'll hold you kindly. Letting go doesn't force. It negotiates with love. Sometimes letting go is practical repair. If the worry is tethered to something you did, choose one small act of tending and then stop. A line that says, I see it and I'm sorry. A tiny calendar note that says, call it 10. Then release the punishment. Guilt is useful only until it reminds you what matters. After that, it becomes a leash. You can remove it and keep walking in the right direction. Let's bring in the body with a micro-practice called shoulders and soles. While seated or lying down, inhale and lift your shoulders just a little, gathering. Exhale and drop them while simultaneously feeling the soles of your feet or the heaviest part of you if you're horizontal, releasing. Twice more. The body learns that release is partnered with ground. Your mind doesn't have to dangle in midair when it lets go. There is floor. A small Dharma image that always helps me is Indra's net, an ancient picture of reality as a vast web with a jewel at each intersection, each jewel reflecting all the others. Letting go isn't disappearing. It's remembering you're one jewel among many. You don't have to shine on command. You catch light. You reflect what's true around you with dignity. You don't pull the whole net to your corner to feel safe. You belong because you're woven in. Consider the way we hold plans. Anxiety tries to make plans into promises we can force the world to keep. Letting go treats plans as proposals to life. We propose breakfast at 8, the meeting at 10, a nap at 3. Life accepts, declines, or modifies. When it modifies, you're allowed to feel the sting. Then you can release the grip and ask, what is the next best step now? Plans as proposals make you supple. They keep you from shattering when the day bends. If you'd like a bedtime ritual specific to release, try the 3-place stones. Choose 3 small objects: a book, a pillow, a glass. Whisper 3 categories as you touch each. Stone 1, what I carried for others. Stone 2, what I carried for work. Stone 3, what I carried that was never mine. Touch each object and say, I set you down for tonight. The objects stay where they are. What moves is your allegiance to holding everything. This is how animals sleep. They set down vigilance when the den feels safe. You are building a den with sentences and touch. There will be nights when letting go feels impossible, and this too can be let go of. The demand to be spiritually tidy. Then the practice is let be. Let the mind spin without consenting to chase. Let the body ache without consenting to fight it. Place a hand on the back of your neck and say, I won't abandon you while we wait for ease. This is a paradox that anxiety cannot compute. You can be okay while not okay. That paradox is a door. We'll close with a small blessing, a permission slip disguised as a prayer. If it fits your mouth, say it quietly. If not, let the meaning wash over you like a warm tide. May I release what is not mine to hold tonight. May I keep with gentle hands what is mine to keep. May the rope fall from my fingers and the raft rest on the bank. May I sleep like someone trusted by the earth. May tomorrow meet a softer, steadier me. Feel your body where it is. Feel the bed, the chair, the floor rise to meet you with every exhale. Let your mind sit beside you like a friendly dog, not running ahead on the leash. The lamp of compassion is still warm. The light of clear seeing is soft. The hand that knows when to set the lamp down is learning its timing. You are not empty when you let go. You become spacious. In that space, breath moves, kindness moves, life moves. And you move with it, no longer dragged, no longer braced, simply here, held, breathing, enough. Arrive softly, dear friend. Feel the shape of your breath as if you were tracing the rim of a cup with one finger. Slow, attentive, unhurried. Let the back of your eyes relax. Let your mouth be a little open so the jaw can rest. If it feels right, slide a pillow beneath a knee or tuck a blanket under your feet. The body understands small kindnesses more fluently than big speeches. You've done enough speaking to yourself for one day. Tonight, we practice ordinary life as medicine. Not someday spirituality, but dishes and doorways, emails and errands as a path back to ease. Anxiety often tells a story that healing must be dramatic. A retreat in the mountains, perfect morning routine, a sudden revelation that resets everything. Sometimes those come. Most days, the doorway back to yourself is in the very next ordinary act. In Buddhist teaching, there's a quiet instruction. Carry water, chop wood. Not because the chores make you holy, but because they return the mind to the hands and the hands to the moment. When you inhabit an ordinary act with kindness, the nervous system hears a trustworthy message. Life is not only an idea. Life is this touch, this movement, this breath. We'll begin at the sink. You turn the tap. Water arrives with its ancient music. If your mind begins to sprint, let dishwashing be a 3-breath ritual. First breath, feel the temperature on your fingers, just that. Second breath, feel the weight of the plate and the circular motion of your hand. Third breath, set the plate down with care, not as a performance, but as a way to tell your body we can place things gently. You might wash 20 plates and only remember 3 breaths. That's enough. Seeds are small and stubborn in their goodness. Now the hallway, threshold between rooms, where hurry likes to tug at your shirt. You've practiced threshold breath. Tonight, add a whisper. As your foot crosses, say inside, arriving. Takes less than a heartbeat. Arriving interrupts the habit of being already somewhere else. When you arrive, you inherit the strengths of the present. Gravity to hold you, air to breathe, choices that can only be made where you stand. Let's visit the calendar, a field where anxiety plants rows of musts. Open it, literally if you wish or in imagination, and give yourself a kind audit. Which blocks are promises to other people? Which are promises to no one but your body? Where is there even a sliver of white that could be called space? One micro-practice here is the kindness square. Carve a square of 15 minutes in the next day. Label it something ordinary and nourishing. Walk around the block, tea with no phone, stretch and breathe. Guard it with the same dignity you give a meeting. The mind will say, it's only 15 minutes. The nervous system will say, thank you. I know we matter. At work or in study, anxiety often disguises itself as urgency theater. Slack pings, tabs blooming like algae, a nervous tap of the foot. Try the practice of the one clear verb. Before you begin, write a single verb on a scrap. Draft. Review. Send. Then do only that verb for 10 minutes. When you drift, and you will return to the verb without shaming. You're not just finishing tasks. You're retraining your attention to be a loyal dog instead of a frantic sparrow. Loyal dogs calm a house. Ordinary life includes the body's little complaints. The neck that whispers, the lower back that doubts chairs, the jaw that won't quite believe you're safe. Body wisdom doesn't treat these as enemies. It treats them as messages in a language you can learn. Place a hand where the ache speaks. Ask it a simple question, not a riddle. What do you want from me in the next 5 minutes? Often the answer is plain. Change position, warmth, water, movement, gentler words. If the answer is silence, answer back with presence. I'm here. Then do one kind thing anyway. The body keeps receipts. Even small kindnesses accrue interest. A parable walks in wearing modern shoes. A scholar visited a Zen teacher to learn the way. As the scholar spoke, the teacher poured tea into a cup and did not stop when it reached the brim. Tea spilled into the saucer and onto the table. The scholar cried, "It is full. No more will go in." The teacher put down the pot and said, "Exactly. Your mind is too full for new understanding. Empty your cup." For us, emptying the cup is not amnesia. It is laying down the already decided story before we enter a moment. Walking into a meeting, empty. Beginning a conversation with a loved one, empty. Standing at the stove with spices in your hand, empty. Even for 15 seconds. An empty cup receives, and receiving reduces the strain of manufacturing outcomes. Bring empty cup to parenting, caregiving, or friendship. A child asks the same question for the 4th time. Parent tells a story you've heard. A friend circles a worry. The mind mutters again. The empty cup hears what is new, the freshness of their need. You can still set limits. I can answer once more and then we'll pause. But the tone is different when your cup isn't already full of impatience. Tone is medicine that travels faster than content. Bodies relax when tone is kind. Let's stand in a grocery line, an excellent monastery for the modern soul. The conveyor moves or stalls. Your chest tightens at the thought of the hour. Practice small generosity that doubles as self-regulation. Place your items with a bit of order. Notice one color 3 places ahead. Breathe and exhale a beat longer than the inhale. If someone fumbles with coins, say inside, "May this be easy for them." You're not performing sainthood. You're letting your body ride a warmer current. We think we need large gestures to feel different. Often a single generous thought changes the temperature in your ribs. The 3 frictions, wanting, pushing away, not seeing, have cousins in ordinary life. Craving polish, rejecting mess, telling totalizing stories about small moments. Counter them with 3 little sentences. When craving polish barks, make it perfect. Say, "Clear is kind. I'll do clear." When rejecting mess growls, "This shouldn't be happening." Say, "It's happening. I can be gentle anyway." When totalizing stories shout, "It's all ruined." Say, "One moment is not the whole day." Each sentence costs less than a second and saves minutes of adrenaline. Identity loosening shows up beautifully in errands. Notice the labels that arise as you move through the day. I'm the late one, the disorganized one, the awkward one, the overthinker. Replace the plaque with a paper tag that flutters. Late is visiting. I can practice leaving earlier by 5 minutes. Disorganization is here. I can put my keys on the hook once. Awkwardness is stirring. I can breathe and smile softly. Overthinking is loud. I can give it a job, count my steps to 10 and back. Paper tags make it easier to change. Plaques keep you nailed to a story. We'll step into the car or onto the sidewalk. Commutes invite rehearsals and replays. Choose a simple anchor and a simple offering. Anchor, hands on wheel or sensation at the heel and ball of the foot. Offering, at 3 stoplights or 3 corners, whisper a short blessing to someone you pass. Someone in a window, yourself. May your day ease. May your body be treated kindly. May I arrive with breath. For skeptics, call it soft attention. The point is to redirect the spinning mind into humane rhythm. Money is a common field where anxiety plants flags. Paying a bill tightens the throat. Checking a balance pulls anger or shame. Try the practical compassion of 2 columns on paper, or in your head if paper feels heavy. Column 1, facts I know, date, amount, current number. Column 2, stories I'm telling, I always fail, it will never change. Name 1 action that belongs to facts and do it. Schedule payment, set reminder, ask 1 question. Then end with a 1-line kindness for the story column. I won't punish myself to become wise. Wisdom grows when blame sleeps. In conversation, ordinary life gives us 100 chances to practice clean words. Clean words are simple and kind without being syrupy. Try these invisible upgrades. Replace I'm sorry for existing with thank you for waiting. Replace I should have known with now I understand. Replace are you mad with is there something you need. Clean words reduce static. Reduced static calms the room inside your chest. We've spoken of composting stress. Let's compost interruptions. You are mid-task, the bell rings, literal or digital. Notice the jolt. Label startle. On the next breath, choose 10 now or later. If now, do it fully and close the loop with a physical gesture. Palms together once. A tiny bow of the head. A breath with eyes soft. If later, capture it in 1 sentence and return. Either way, your nervous system learns that interruptions are not small fires to run toward. They are whether to be met with coat or with window closed. A short scene from the Buddha's wanderings folds into this practice. One day he picked up a few leaves and asked his students, which is more, these leaves in my hand or the leaves in the forest? The forest, they said. So it is with what I teach, he replied. What I offer is a handful that relieves suffering. For us, the forest of possibilities, methods, hacks, opinions can overwhelm. Take the handful that helps. Tonight, your handful might be 3 breath dishes, arriving at doorways, a kindness square in your calendar, an empty cup before a talk. You don't need the whole forest. A handful feeds a day. Evenings often swell with the residue of choices. As the sun withdraws or the room darkens, try an ordinary turn-down ritual. Clear the surface nearest your bed or couch by 2 items. Not perfection, 2. Fold the blanket back once. An invitation to your future self. Dim 1 light intentionally rather than accidentally. Place a glass of water within reach. Write 1 line you want to wake to, gentle start. Or belly breathing before phone. This is not lifestyle theater. It is mammal care. Mammals sleep better when their den is a little ready. If you share space with others, let dinner be a small monastery without rules. Before the first bite, feel your feet on the floor for 1 breath. If someone speaks sharply, practice the sunflower pause and 1 clean phrase. I want us to be kind. Can we try that sentence again? If a child spills, turn off the burner or lay down the fork. Acceptance click and wipe together. Show your nervous system and there's that mistakes are not proof of danger. They are proof of aliveness in a kitchen that can hold it. Technology can become an accidental altar. Move the altar. Choose 1 place in your home as the phone's bed. A shelf, a basket, a book laid sideways. When you place the device there at certain hours, whisper, rest. You're speaking to yourself too. If you must keep it near, put it face down on a cloth. The little ceremony reminds your body that glowing rectangles are tools, not sovereigns. A micro-practice for bedtime minds. The hallway walk. If rumination loops, stand, walk slowly to a doorway and back. On the way there, name 3 things you did today that were sufficient. On the way back, name 3 things you can set down until morning. Each step says, I move forward and return. I am not trapped in the chair of thought. If getting up isn't possible, walk your fingers along the blanket as if along a hallway, and name the same 2 trios quietly. Let's revisit self-talk, that quiet companion that can either scratch at wounds or apply balm. Offer upgrades tailored for ordinary situations. When the mind says, I ruined that meeting, answer, one moment was rough. I can repair one thread. When it says, I'll never keep up, answer, I'll keep one promise to the next hour. When it says, I'm not the kind of person who can relax, answer, tonight I'll practice 10 seconds at a time. Keep the sentences small enough to fit a breath. Oversized promises frighten the body. Small promises build trust. Body wisdom has one more gift to give tonight. The hands-feet-seat triangle. In any anxious moment, attend to these 3 points. Feel your hands, temperature, weight. Feel your feet, soles, socks, floor. Feel your seat or the heaviest part of you, contact, pressure. Breathe once at each point. Hands, feet, seat. A triangle never wobbles like a single point does. Geometry calms biology. Sometimes ordinary life includes silence you didn't choose. The canceled plan, the unanswered message, the stretch of evening that feels too wide. Make a small companionship with that silence. Brew or pour something warm, even if it's just water. Sit with it at a window. Name 5 things you can see from where you are that you didn't notice yesterday. You're not filling the silence. You're letting it be a room you can inhabit rather than a cliff. Minds stop screaming when they realize you're not going to push them over the edge. And sometimes ordinary life includes noise you didn't choose. Neighbors, traffic, the hum of a building. You can let sound become a practice instead of a thief. For 2 minutes, listen as if to a river. Don't label good or bad, just near or far, high or low, steady or intermittent. You are putting sound back where it belongs, outside your skin. The nervous system often mistakes sound for threat. Categorizing returns it to the world where it came from. Then you return to your breath. If sleep approaches, let it approach like a shy animal. Don't chase. Make space. Lie on your side if that's friendly to your heart. Place one hand between pillow and cheek, the human gesture of self-comfort we're born knowing, and the other hand on the belly. Breathe gently through the nose, and as you exhale, imagine a small sandbag set on the belly, warm and grounding. If thoughts parade, let them pass along the fence line. You needn't invite them to the porch. A final story to hold as you drift. A disciple asked a teacher, what is the essence of the path? The teacher handed him a broom. Sweep, the teacher said. The disciple swept a few strokes, then paused. Is there more? The teacher smiled. Sweep. For us, sweeping is not only the broom. It is answering one message kindly. It is washing one plate with 3 breaths. It is adjusting the pillow for future you. It is stepping through a doorway and arriving. Small strokes, repeated, clear the floor of your day. Anxiety will drop leaves again tomorrow. That's fine. You know how to sweep without cursing the trees. Before we close, let's gather the day with a short ritual. Touch your belly. Safe enough. Touch your chest. Kind enough. Touch your forehead. Clear enough. Then place both hands where they want to rest and let 3 slow exhales untie 3 invisible knots. If any knot remains, tell it you can stay. I'll meet you in the morning with tea. May your ordinary life become a field of friendly bells. May the sink sing, The doorway welcome, the calendar soften. May your hands remember their wisdom, and your feet their patience, and your seat its trust in the ground. May you feel, not as a theory but as a bodily truth, that you do not need a mountain to be whole. You need a cup, a breath, a small promise kept, and the permission to keep practicing. Let the room hold you now. Let the blanket be gentle weight. Let the air be easy. If sleep comes, open the door. If wakefulness lingers, sit with it like you would with a friend on a quiet porch, listening to the night stretch and settle. Nothing essential is missing here. You are here. That is essential. That is enough. Settle again, dear friend. Feel the next inhale arrive like a tide that knows the shore. Nothing in you has to perform for the breath to keep coming. Let your jaw soften until your teeth are not in conversation, only neighbors. Let the eyes rest back in their sockets as if they were settling into a familiar chair. If you like, place one palm on your belly and one on your chest and greet yourself quietly. Here you are. Here we are. This part is about reframing the common traps, those habits of mind that masquerade as protection but quietly exhaust you. In our simple language, they are the three frictions wearing modern clothes. Craving shows up as perfectionism, control, and endless one more check. Aversion shows up as bracing, avoidance, and a brittle kind of toughness. Confusion shows up as fog, catastrophic storytelling, and mixing past and present until you can't tell which is in the room. We aren't going to shame these habits. We're going to meet them, rename them, and offer countermoves that your body can trust. Begin with craving's slickest outfit, perfectionism. Perfectionism says, if I make this flawless, I'll be safe. In practice, it trades a little safety right now for endless, humming tension. The reframe is kindness-level work. Name the level you're aiming for before you start. Clear and humane, not flawless. Say it out loud if you can. Clear and humane. Then choose a stop signal, a time boundary, a number of passes, a colleague's glance. When the signal arrives, place your hands flat for one breath and stop. If your mind protests, bow to the part that wants you loved and say, I'll let kindness, not terror, set the standard. Notice the millimeter of space that opens under your ribs when you switch supervisors. Another craving outfit is over-control, trying to script the moods of others or the shape of tomorrow. It's generous in intention and costly in effect. The reframe is circles of care. Draw them in your mind. Innermost, breath, body, words you choose. Next, actions you can take today. Outer, other people's reactions, tomorrow's weather, the past. When anxiety surges, place a hand on the innermost circle, belly or chest, and pick one action from the second circle. Then, with a small nod of respect, release the outer circle. You do not abandon the world by doing this. You take a trustworthy seat in it. Aversion's favorite disguise is bracing. Shoulders crawl up, jaw locks, eyes narrow into hunter's vision for threats that may not be here. The reframe is practiced surrender, not collapsing, but consenting to gravity where gravity is real. Try the three-point drop. Exhale and drop the shoulders a centimeter. Exhale and let the tongue settle from the roof of the mouth. Exhale and feel the weight in your hands, feet, or seat. 3 drops, 3 breaths. Then ask, what is actually being asked of me in this moment? Often the answer is smaller than the panic. Aversion also appears as avoidance, that quiet slide away from what matters because it feels prickly. The reframe is approach in thimbles. Choose the thing you're avoiding, a call, a document, a conversation, and do the first 60 seconds only. Touch the file. Dial and let it ring once. Then hang up and send one honest line. Open the doc and write a messy first sentence. Stop. Breathe. Your nervous system learns, I can touch the nettle without being consumed. Tomorrow's you will find the plant less menacing. Confusion's classic trick is the totalizing story. One unpleasant moment, and the mind drapes a banner. It's all ruined. The reframe is accurate smallness. Speak a sentence no larger than the moment. The cup spilled. My voice shook once in the meeting. They frowned. I don't yet know why. Then pair it with a small kindness. Wipe the cup and exhale. Say, I was brave to speak and I can practice. Ask, is everything okay? I want to understand. You are not shrinking your life. You are right-sizing your sentences so your body can participate without panic. There's an old story about a rope and a snake. A traveler enters a dim hut at dusk and leaps back. Snake. A friend lights a lamp. Rope. The body had already surged. The heart had already proved its speed. Clear seeing didn't scold the body for misperception. It lit a lamp and told the truth. We do this with thoughts. When a rope thought hisses like a snake, we don't mock ourselves. We ask for a lamp. Lamps look like, what do I actually know? Lamps look like, what is my body doing right now? Lamps look like, what is one testable step? Another trap is comparison, measuring your inside against someone else's edited outside. The nervous system hears comparison as threat. Your reframe is belonging without ranking. When you notice the scroll tightening your chest, whisper, not a ladder, a field. Then close the app or set it down face down and place your hand on something real. Your cup, your collar, your knee. The body needs texture to return from the museum of glass squares. If it helps, send one genuine blessing to the person you almost envied. May what is good for them continue. Blessing melts the hidden hostility that keeps us braced. Identity traps deserve special care. I am the dependable one. I cannot falter. I am the strong one. I cannot cry. I am the fixer. I cannot sit with not knowing. The reframe is identity with hinges. Instead of I am always, try for now I'm practicing. For now I'm practicing dependability with rest. For now I'm practicing strength with softness. For now I'm practicing repair with patience for the not yet. Hinges allow doors to open and close. Rigidity makes them crack. Let's walk through a day and practice reframing on the fly. Morning email. The subject line reads urgent. The stomach contracts. Old trap. Sprint and self-scold if you miss a beat. Reframe. Sunflower pause, longer exhale, shoulders down a seed width, and then check for actual urgency. Is there a clock? Person waiting? A fire? If yes, pick one precise action. If no, rename the subject line. Loud, not urgent. Move it to a time block where your nervous system can serve well. The feeling of relief you get from renaming is not laziness. It's accuracy. Midday meeting. Someone interrupts you. Old trap. Either collapse or counterpunch. Reframe. Boundary with warmth. I want to hear your point. Let me finish this thought and then I'm all ears. Or simply one sentence more, then I'll hand it back. Your body stays inside your skin. Their body feels the dignity of your tone. You exit the meeting with less adrenaline to mop up. Afternoon dip. The fog rolls in. You reach for sugar or scrolling. Old trap. Moralize, then indulge anyway, then shame. Reframe. Tend the animal. Drink water. Walk for 2 minutes with heel-to-ball awareness. Eat something with actual fiber or protein. Open a window and look at something more than 10 feet away. Then give yourself 10 minutes to work on the smallest possible unit of your task. The body is not an obstacle to your day. It is the vehicle. Tending it is not self-indulgence. It is good driving. Evening conversation. A loved one is distant. Your mind fills the distance with self-blame. Old trap. Interrogate or withdraw. Reframe. Name your experience without making it a verdict. I'm sensing some distance and I care about you. Is there anything you need, or should we just sit together a bit? This keeps you close to the ground where care can grow rather than drifting into the high winds of assumption. Let's offer 3 micro-practices that reframe in seconds. The first is the 2-breath truth test. Breath 1, what is the smallest true sentence? Breath 2, what is one kind step? Then act. The second is the coat rack. When a heavy thought arrives, instead of putting it on like a coat, hang it on an imaginary rack by the door and say, I'll try you on later if needed. Then walk into your next action coat-free. The third is future friend note. If worry is about tomorrow, write a single line addressed to tomorrow you. I set out your glass and left the file open to the right page. Then rest as if someone trustworthy had your back, because someone does. A short Dharma vignette can help here. A monk fell sick. Other monks avoided him because the smell and mess frightened them. The Buddha bathed him and reminded the community, whoever tends the sick tends me. Translate this inwardly. The parts of you that smell like fear or look like mess are not to be exiled. When your anxiety is the patient, you don't look away. You wash the body, change the sheets, feed soup, and open a window. That's the reframe, from disgust or avoidance to dignified care. Another classic reframing is with time. Anxiety squeezes hours into an unlivable now. Everything is due. Everything is on fire. The reframe is time with rooms. You put tasks in rooms with doors. This hour is for writing a paragraph. That hour is for rest. This evening is for one conversation. When the mind tries to drag all the furniture from every room into the hallway, you roll it back gently. The sentence is simple. That belongs to later. I am here now. Pair it with a physical door, a notebook closing, a browser tab closed with intention, a literal step through a doorway, and the nervous system understands. We should talk about rumination, the trap that promises relief if you just turn the problem one more time. The reframe is reverence for silence. Pick a short window daily, 2 minutes, to sit without adding thoughts on purpose. Not to banish thoughts, just to stop feeding them. When rumination arises outside that window, say, not feeding time. Then redirect to body or task. Feels austere at first, like a friendly fast. The body grows to like it. Thoughts arrive fed by breath instead of anxiety. Self-talk needs consistent reframing. Old script. If I stop worrying, I'll become careless. New script. When I care steadily, I don't need to worry loudly. Old. I have to be certain before I act. New. I can act on what's honest and adjust with more information. Old. If I rest, I'll fall behind forever. New. Rest is how I keep pace with a human life. Speak these calmly, not like a courtroom closing argument. Tone matters more than eloquence. Let's bring in the hands-feet-seat triangle and give it a reframing job. When your mind says, everything is floating, place attention on the triangle and speak. My hands are here. My feet are here. My seat is here. Then ask, what is one next brick I can lay? Bricks are small, square, and satisfying. Worry likes clouds. Bricks make floors. Lay one. Feel it. Then decide about the next. A homey parable will help with shame, that sticky companion of anxiety.
Imagine adus mirror.
The dust is not the mirror. It just covers it. Many of us confuse the dust for who we are. I am anxious, I am defective, I am too much. The reframe is I am a mirror. Anxiety is dust. What does dust need? A cloth. Not condemnation. Your cloths are breath, rest, kind words, and small actions repeated. You do not have to scrape with nails. You wipe gently and often. The mirror shines not because it tries harder, but because the cloth returns regularly. If your trap is catastrophizing, turn it into contingency with compassion. Instead of what if everything breaks, try if that happens. I'll take step 1 and ask for help. Write step 1 where you can see it. Ask for help rehearsed in your mouth feels less like failure and more like skill. Bodies calm when mouths know what to say. There is a trap around sleep, making sleep into a performance you can ace with enough effort. The reframe is permission to rest even if sleep is shy. Rest is lying in darkness and letting muscles be heavy. Rest is breath without agenda. Rest is kind words to the animal. If sleep doesn't come, you have not failed. You have rested. That truth appears simple and is quietly radical in a culture that grades everything. We also reframe apologies. Anxiety uses sorry like a nervous tick. Reframe to repair and gratitude. Thank you for waiting, rather than I'm sorry I exist. I see what happened and I want to tend it, rather than I'm terrible. Then do one repair step and stop. Over-apology is a hidden bargain. If I punish myself enough, you won't have to. Real repair is a humble bridge made of honest boards. Let's make a small practice out of lighting lamps for confusion. Call it the 3 lamps. Lamp 1. Senses what I see, hear, feel. Lamp 2. Facts, what I know without story. Lamp 3. Values, who I want to be in the next 5 minutes. When you are in fog, light lamp 1, 10 seconds. Lamp 2, 1 sentence. Lamp 3, 1 verb. Senses, facts, values. That is enough light to take a step without pretending the whole path is visible. Another trap is the I'll relax when contract. When the inbox is 0, when the body is different, when the relationship is perfectly aligned. The reframe is relax while. Relax while there are 3 unread emails. Relax while the body whispers. Relax while the conversation is unresolved. This isn't denial. It's remembering that ease is not at the end of your life like a medal. It's in pockets all along the route if you reach into them. We'll practice a physical reframing for tension that feels stuck. Lie or sit and imagine the tight spot as a clenched fist. With your actual hand, clench and unclench slowly 3 times. Then see if the body spot is willing to match the tempo. If not, let it be. Whisper, you can stay tight. I won't make you relax. Often, paradoxically, permission loosens what pressure tightens. Sometimes the trap is speed. The body goes fast to outrun feeling. The reframe is micro-slow. Pick one action an hour to do 5% slower. Placing a cup, opening a door, answering your name. That 5% returns ownership to your nervous system. You become a person doing a thing rather than a blur accumulating hours. We'll add a brief story for courage. A student asked a teacher, "How do I cross the sea of suffering?" The teacher said, "By feeling the boat, not by staring at the waves. The waves will wave. Feel the boat, your breath, your values, your body, your small next actions. Each time you feel the boat, you are reframing reality away from spectacle and back to contact. Contact is where courage lives." Here's a closing ritual for reframing the day without performing it. Sit or lie as you are. Speak 3 lines, simple and honest. Today had bright spots and rough edges. I moved with as much kindness as I could manage. I will rest now and let the night do its quiet work. Place your palm over your heart on line 2. On line 3, lengthen the exhale by a beat. If you like a visual, imagine placing the day in a shallow wooden tray and sliding it onto a shelf. Not hidden, not clutched, kept. You can take it down tomorrow to polish one corner if needed. Tonight it may rest. So may you. One last blessing for reframing the common traps, spoken as plainly as water. May your craving learn gentleness. May your aversion learn to sit without spikes. May your confusion accept the lamp. May your sentences become small and true. May your body be the boat you can feel. And may the world meet you with enough kindness that your own becomes believable. Let the room be what it is. Let your breath be what it is. If sleep comes, receive it. If wakefulness lingers, lie beside it like a trusty friend who doesn't need to fix you to stay. You are practicing something not dramatic and yet quietly revolutionary. Living here as you are, with less theater and more touch. The traps still exist, but their locks are rusting. Your hands, warmer every night, know how to open them. Arrive again, dear friend. Let this moment unfold like a soft cloth. Feel the breath enter as if it were a visitor who knows your house well. No knocking needed, no ceremony. Let the breath leave as easily as a river slipping past a stone. If your jaw is working, let the tongue rest like a warm ribbon. If your brow is thinking forward, let it smooth back. You don't have to be anybody special here. You don't have to be anybody at all. You can just be a body breathing. Tonight we meet a tender and liberating theme, loosening identity and softening attachment. Not in a mystical or abstract way, but in the ordinary muscles of your day. Anxiety loves rigid identities and tight grips. I am the fixer. I am the one who never drops a ball. I am the anxious one. I am the rock. Gripping those badges can feel like safety, but notice the cost. Shoulders held high, breath kept short, relationships forced through narrow doorways. Our practice is to hold roles like jackets we can hang up, and to hold outcomes like kites we can fly without strangling the string. You do not disappear when you loosen. You become more roomy, more accurate, more kind. Let's start with a micro practice you can do in under 30 seconds. Call it Peel the Name Tag. Imagine the invisible sticker over your heart that reads the responsible one, the strong one, the funny one, the broken one, the overthinker. See your fingers take the corner, peel it back slowly, and feel the skin beneath breathe. Whisper, "For now, I'll just be here." That phrase, "for now," is a hinge. It allows movement. It tells your nervous system there is no permanent self to defend at any cost. There is a human responding. Bring this to a work scene. Project stumbles. The old identity script arrives. I'm the reliable one. I cannot wobble. Anxiety tightens, offering you the familiar bargain. Clamp down, overwork, rehearse apologies in advance. Try a softer posture. Place your hands palm down on the desk or your thighs. Breathe once and say, "For now, I'm a person learning." Then choose a values-based verb instead of a reputation-based reaction. Ask for clarity. Clarify timeline. Share what's true. Make one request. The identity you defend quiets. The human you are moves. Attachment to outcomes is the twin of identity clinging. Notice where your grip tries to guarantee a particular future, what they must think of you, what the meeting must become, how the child must behave, how the body must feel. A helpful picture is a kite in mild wind. Your values are the string in your hand. Your attachments are the attempt to shout at the wind. Practice this sentence when you feel the shout rising. I'll tend the string. The wind can be wind. Then take one value step. Kind email, clear boundary, 10 honest minutes of effort, glass of water and a walk. You don't stop caring. You stop strangling. A short story can help here. Modern clothes over old bones. A king asked a monk, "What is the self?" The monk asked back, "What is a chariot? Is it the wheels, the axle, the frame, the reins, the driver, the horse?" The king laughed. "A chariot is the name for these working together." "Exactly," said the monk. "For us, I is not a single block you must protect with all your might. You is a living process, sensations, thoughts, memories, roles, choices, moving together like parts of a working cart. When one plank creaks, the whole you isn't broken. You replace or rest that plank. Anxiety insists you are the crack. Clear seeing says the crack is in one piece. Compassion offers a careful hand. Letting go says you can keep rolling while you tend it. Try an identity loosening practice called third-person weather. Instead of I am anxious, try anxiety is visiting this body. Instead of I'm failing, try a failing feeling is here. Then add a small kindness. It can sit near me while I breathe. Speaking this way is not distancing to avoid life. It's giving you the room to meet life. Grammar becomes medicine. Your nervous system hears that you are a person with feelings, not a feeling pretending to be a person. We will pair that practice with a bodily check that keeps it real. Touch 3 places: hands, feet, seat. As you touch each, say the visiting weather. Tightness in chest is here. Heat in cheeks is here. Thoughts are loud is here. Then add one true, steadying fact. Hands are warm. Feet are on the floor. Seat is held. The point isn't to vanish the weather. It's to stop it from claiming the entire sky. Identity clinging hides in kindness, too. I am the helper maps easily onto I am not allowed needs. If that's familiar, try this. In your next conversation, add a single I need sentence, small and specific. I need a minute to think. I need to circle back tomorrow. I need us to lower voices. You won't lose your kindness badge. You'll grow a spine for it to hang on. Boundaries are what let compassion survive the day. Attachment often masquerades as loyalty to stories about yourself, to stories about others. I always mess up under pressure. They never listen. This friend is the careful one. I have to be the clown. Test those stories gently. Say, today it seems not it's always. Say, in this hour I felt unheard. Not you never hear me. This loosening is not a trick. It is accurate. The mind reduces complexity to feel safe. Loosening returns honest texture. With texture, your nervous system can make finer movements than fight or flee. A small parable, simple and sticky. A master created a perfect sand mandala, intricate and bright. Students gathered, dazzled. Then the master brushed it away with the sleeve. Why, they asked, horrified. Because it was beautiful, the master answered, and because it was dust. We are practicing sleeves tonight, not to disrespect what we build, but to remember its nature. Projects, moods, identities, even our best ideas, they're beautiful and they're dust. When you can sweep with tenderness, you stop living in fear of every breeze. Let's bring this into family life. Parent carries the badge, the calm one. The day phrase, a voice sharpens. Shame follows lightning fast. That's not who I am. Loosen the badge. Try this repair script, short and human. I got prickly. I'm sorry. I care. I'm here. I'm gonna take 2 breaths and start again. That's not a collapse of identity. It's a widening. The child learns that calm includes repair. You learn that being the calm one isn't a performance. It's a practice with room for humanness. Social spaces are identity mirrors that sometimes warp. You enter a gathering and feel yourself put on a mask faster than you can exhale. Pick one softness move as you arrive. Belly first greeting, breath low, then hello, or one honest sentence early. I'm slow tonight, but glad to see you. Or one boundary if needed. I'm listening, and I may slip away early. Masks loosen when your body feels you won't abandon it for the room. We'll add a tactile ritual called jacket rack. Pick a hook or chair near your front door. As you hang your coat, hang one roll with it that you don't need inside this room. If you live alone, hang the day's persona there anyway. Whisper, the fixer stays on the rack. The entertainer stays on the rack. The critic stays on the rack. Step inside. When you leave, you can choose what to pick back up, and you may surprise yourself by leaving one jacket to gather dust. Attachment to thoughts deserves its own kindness. Imagine every gripping thought as a glass marble rolling toward the edge of a table. Your anxious hand keeps grabbing marbles and tossing them back into play. Tonight, give the table a lip. The lip is one question. Is there a concrete action now? If yes, do it. If no, the marble rests against the lip. You don't shove it off the table. You stop hand-feeding it gravity. This is not suppression. It is humane containment, a short Dharma vignette with modern flavor. A monk asked, "What do I do with thoughts that won't stop?" The teacher said, "Pour tea." The monk frowned. The teacher poured, watched steam rise, and said, "Steam rises from heat. Remove heat, steam cools. Heat is the clinging. Tea is the present. So we pour tea. For us. Take a breath, feel your hands, choose one small action you can touch. Thoughts still move. You've turned down the burner by removing the necessity in your grip. Identity loosening includes how you speak to and about your body. I am broken versus I am in a hard season. I'm old and useless versus I am aging and learning to care for a changing body. I'm sick of this pain versus pain is loud today. I will be gentle. These are not semantics. The body hears a verdict and braces, or hears a description and breathes. Your words are scalpel or salve. Let's put values back at the center where identity used to sit alone. Write or think. 3 values that feel alive for you right now. Kindness, courage, clarity, or any that fit. When identity panic rises, who am I if I'm not the rock? The answer becomes a verb. I will do kindness once in this room. I will do courage once in this hour. I will do clarity in one sentence. Values are portable and flexible. They travel with you even when roles change, projects end, bodies shift, relationships transform. We'll practice a tiny meditation called the spacious witness, not as an escape hatch, but as a perspective shift. Sit or lie as you are. Feel the breath lift and fall without your help. Imagine your awareness as a wide sky. In that sky, clouds pass. Thought, feeling, sensation. Whisper, seen, heard, felt. Do this for 60 seconds. When a sticky cloud tugs, don't yank back. Widen the sky by a few inches. Then return to one anchor: hands, feet, seat. The point is not to float above your life. It's to remember you are bigger than a single weather pattern. Attachment also binds to possessions and digital clutter, often as stand-ins for identity. You keep tabs open as proof of a future self who will read everything and become perfect. You keep objects as anchors to a past you're afraid to lose. Try the one-shelf kindness. Choose a single shelf or a single folder. Keep 3 things that still serve the person you are. Release 3 that belong to an old chapter. Name that old chapter with gratitude: college me, early parenting me, survival season me, and let the object go like a thank you note sent. You're not erasing, you're updating the room for the living resident. A story for humility and ease. The empty boat. You're rowing. Another boat bumps yours hard. If you see no one in it, you sigh and push away. If you see someone, you flare. Why did you hit me? Most boats in our days are empty. Others stress our own distractions, weather, timing. When you feel identity flare, they disrespected me. I am invisible. Try empty boat once. Maybe they were busy, tired, carrying stones you didn't see. You still set boundaries. You just loosen the story that you must defend a sacred self from every bump. We'll add a self-talk upgrade for identity panic. Old script. If I don't hold this together, I'll disappear. New script. I remain when I let go. Old. If I'm not the best, I'm nothing. New. I'm a person among people. I'll practice my values and rest. Old. I'm the anxious one. This is just me. New. Anxiety visits. I'm the host. Hosts set house rules. Bring the practice into an evening scene. The day left a residue of should. Should have said more, should have said less, should have known, should have tried harder. Take the shoulds and pour them into 3 bowls in your mind. Bowl 1, real repair, 1 action tomorrow, write it down. Bowl 2, learning, 1 sentence to keep, I need a pause before answering. Bowl 3, identity fluff, static that sounds like truth but isn't, I'm hopeless. Empty bowl 1 into the calendar. Place bowl 2 on the shelf labeled wisdom. Carry bowl 3 to the sink. Let water run. Watch static dissolve. Your shoulders will understand. Let's rehearse a few lines that loosen attachment in conversation without making you vague. Try, I prefer X and I'm flexible within Y. Or, here's my hope and here's my floor. Or, I care about this and I'll adjust as we learn. These sentences tie you to values and preferences, not to rigid images of who you must be or how it must go. Rooms relax when someone speaks with roots and wind-friendly branches. A practice for nights when roles cling. The turn down of names. As you lie down, say the names you wore today and fold them like clothes. Worker, folded. Parent, folded. Partner, folded. Friend, folded. Caregiver, folded. Then say the name you keep even without roles. Living body, kept. Human being, kept. Sleeper, kept. You can unfold what you need in the morning. Tonight, the dresser can close. You might notice grief flicker as you loosen identity. Grief for time spent bracing. Grief for masks that worked but cost you. Let it be here without a story about wasted years. You did what you knew to keep yourself safe. Now you know more. Place a hand on the back of your neck and say, thank you, old armor. You got me here. I will wear lighter clothes and keep you nearby for storms. This honors the path and frees your steps. We'll close with a guided resting practice that unthreads identity and attachment in the smallest possible stitch. Lie or sit as you are. Feel the weight of the back of your body or the seat and feet. On an inhale, whisper just this breath. On an exhale, whisper nothing to be. On the next inhale, whisper just this body. On the next exhale, whisper no one to impress. Then silence for 3 breaths. If a thought interrupts, give it a chair against the wall and continue. After a minute, add this soft blessing, tailored for a human who is learning to be a kinder host to a visiting mind. May I be more spacious than my stories. May I hold roles lightly and people tenderly. May outcomes find me working and relaxed. May identity become a jacket I can remove. May the grip soften here. Now enough. Rest with those words. Let the kite of your life move on its string. Feel that your hand is warm and steady, not clenched. Know that you are not a single performance. You are a living process with values, breath, and choice. In loosening, you do not lose yourself. You meet more of yourself. The room is friendly. The night is not asking for a perfect you, only a real one, held in a real body with a real breath. That is enough. Arrive again, dear friend. Let the breath be simple. In and out, like a tide that knows the shore. Let your hands rest where they naturally fall. If it feels right, place 1 palm on your belly and 1 on your chest, as if you were closing a book for the night. We have been gathering many small skills: release, acceptance, clear seeing, compassion, letting go, identity loosened. This part is about weaving them into your ordinary day so they become less like techniques and more like the way you move. Integration is not a performance. It's a rhythm, a few beats repeated until the nervous system trusts them enough to play along without being told. Think of your day as a string with 2 knots at the ends. We'll call them your bookends. The morning not invites, the evening not releases. Everything in between can be messy and human, but the knots keep the string from unraveling. Your morning bookend can be very small. When your eyes open, let the first sentence be, "Here already." Not behind, not ahead. Here already. Then a single gesture, feet to floor and one soft exhale. Or cup and window, or three-room breathing. The point isn't variety, it's familiarity. The body calms when it recognizes the same small kindness every day. Your evening bookend is a closing ceremony, not to pretend the day was perfect, but to tell the nervous system the stage lights can dim. We'll return to it later. For now, carry this promise. I will end today on purpose, even if it's only with 2 breaths and 1 sentence. Integration likes promises it can keep. Between the knots, you'll live many roles and meet many weathers. Integration asks for tiny, repeatable rituals placed where life already touches you. Thresholds, doorknobs, chairs, screens, cups. Choose 3 places for the week, no more. Perhaps the front door, your chair, and your phone. At the door, 1 threshold breath and the word arriving. At the chair, hands, feet, seat, and the word here. At the phone, purpose twice and the word enough. 3 bells rung many times make a monastery of an ordinary day. Let's craft something tender and practical called the calm loop. It has 3 steps. Soothe, see, serve. Soothe means 1 bodily kindness to quiet the animal alarm. Longer exhale, palm to chest, gaze softened. See means 1 honest sentence about what is happening without decoration. Email stung, body tight, still safe. Serve means 1 helpful action inside your circle of care. Clarify in 1 line. Step outside for 2 minutes. Put food in you. Ask a question. Pause a conversation. Soothe, see, serve can happen in under a minute. Do it 10 times and your day changes shape without drama. We add a companion loop for the mind called truth, choice, kindness. Truth is the smallest accurate sentence. Choice is your next verb. Kindness is the tone you use to speak to yourself while you do the verb. Truth without choice freezes. Choice without kindness burns. Together they move you steadily with less smoke. Workdays often fray because everything blurs into everything else. Integration thrives on beginnings and endings. Before you start a block of focus, mark a beginning. Sit back, exhale longer than you inhaled, choose a single verb and say it once. Draft, or solve, or listen. When you finish, mark an ending. Hands off the keys, 1 soft breath, and a sentence. Closing this for now takes 5 seconds. Yet that 5 seconds tells your nervous system you are not being dragged by the tail. You are placing your feet. When overwhelm floods, triage with the kitchen table method. Imagine everything clamoring is spread across a kitchen table. You sort quickly into 3 bowls, now, next, not today. 2 items in now, 3 in next, the rest in not today. If your mind objects, let it speak and keep sorting. Overwhelm is often a pile problem, not a person problem. Bowls return the pile to human hands. Conversations can be integrated with a 6-second arc that your body can remember even when your mind forgets. 2 seconds breath low. 2 seconds eyes soft. 2 seconds choose words that are simple and kind. If conflict rises, add a single sentence that keeps the bridge. I care about this and I need a breath. Or I want to understand and I am getting tight. Give me a moment. These are not tricks. They are how you remain inside your skin while staying in the room. Repair is part of any real day. Anxiety imagines repair as humiliation. Integration treats repair as hygiene. A tiny repair ritual keeps you from carrying grit into sleep. It has 4 parts, all short. I see it. I'm sorry for my part. Here's one way I'll tend it. Thank you for staying in this with me. You can say it out loud, write it, or prepare it for tomorrow. The body relaxes when it knows a bridge is being built. Food, water, and light are not side quests. The nervous system argues less when the organism is fed, watered, and occasionally kissed by daylight. Integration means you make these non-negotiable without drama. A glass filled after bathroom. Something with fiber and protein before the second major task. Face near a window after the midday slump. You don't need to become a wellness project. You're just participating in physics. A brief story helps the heart remember why we practice. There was a monk who cleaned the dining hall each night. No audience, no sermons, just crumbs and warm water and wooden benches. Someone asked why he seemed so content. He said, "The bowl teaches me the bowl again, and I stop hunting for a grander path." In modern clothing, the sink teaches you the sink again. The inbox teaches you the one email again. The child's question teaches you a human wish to be met. When you let the small thing teach you itself, anxiety has less air to burn. Identity loosening becomes practical through tiny vows. Not vows written in stone, vows written in breath. For this hour, I choose to be a kind listener, or a clear speaker, or a steady worker with breaks. These vows do not chain you. They orient you. They help when the room pulls you toward an old costume. You can remember, I vowed simple honesty for this hour. Then you keep it once. Integration favors kept promises over elaborate plans. Letting go needs a home during the day, not only at night. Create an imaginary shelf at shoulder height. When a thought starts to loop, visualize placing it there. If action exists, plan it for a time block. If no action exists, let the thought sit among other quiet objects. You can even give the shelf a name, later. Naming allows your mind to trust that you haven't banished the thought to oblivion. You've given it a place to wait. This is how adults soothe children and how you can soothe the child part in you. We bring in the 3 inner powers as a single gesture you can do in 30 seconds. Hand to belly. Compassion, this is hard and I wish ease. Hand to chest. Clear seeing, here is what's true now. Hand to forehead. Letting go, what can rest until later. Then hands down, one next step. The gesture is a punctuation mark that keeps your day from becoming one long run-on sentence. Digital life can be integrated instead of endured. Try the 2 doors. Door 1 is intentional. You speak your purpose before opening an app. Door 2 is accidental. You find yourself inside without remembering why. When you notice door 2, smile to yourself, leave and re-enter through door 1 or not at all. This is not about moral purity. It's about preserving your attention as a living, limited, precious thing. If you care for children or elders, weave them into your rituals. Before entering a room where someone needs you, take one breath outside the doorway and whisper, soft shoulders, kind eyes. When leaving, place your hand on the doorframe and say, I did what I could for this hour. These tiny bookends keep care from dissolving your sense of self and keep love from becoming only labor. For high anxiety hours, build a values route rather than a schedule. Pick 3 values, kindness, steadiness, curiosity, and let them be the path markers. Whatever happens at 9 or 2 or 6, return to the marker. Kindness once, steadiness once, curiosity once. You can adapt the actions to the situation. Values are light and portable. They never run out of battery. They travel across rooms and roles without breaking. Let's tend sleep by integrating rest before sleep happens. 10 minutes before you intend to lie down, dim one light on purpose. Fold back the corner of the blanket. Place your phone in its bed or flip it face down and lay a cloth over it.
Pour water.
These are invitations to the body to switch rooms internally. If the mind argues, let it. Your hands are speaking a language the deeper system understands. It's safe enough to soften. We'll rehearse an evening wind down that does not depend on whether the day was kind. Sit or lie as you are. Speak 3 lines honestly. Today I carried these 3 things. Today I did these 2 helpful actions. Tonight, I release one burden to the shelf called later. Touch belly, chest, forehead as you say them. Then choose one sentence to live in your body as you sleep. I belong to this breath. Or my body knows how to rest. Or I can be awake and still safe. You are not conjuring magic. You are giving your system a consistent lullaby. When fear spikes late, integrate the mercy minute. Feet flat or feel the heaviest place. Hands touch once. A single merciful sentence. You tried so hard. I'm here. Then choose between two gentle paths. Stay and breathe 3 rounds, or get up and drink water while looking at something far away. You do not have to wrestle the night into silence. You can make it a room with a lamp and a chair. There will be days when integration phrase. You forget all the rituals and remember only at midnight. Good. Remember at midnight. Place one hand where it's easy and say, beginning again counts. Then do one thing small enough to succeed. Wash one dish with 3 breaths. Stand by a window for 2 minutes. Set out your morning cup. These are stitches. A few stitches hold more than you think. A short scene from the early texts can bless your ordinary courage. After awakening, the Buddha walked back into towns, into markets, into homes full of squabbling and soup and dust. He did not stay under the tree. The teaching traveled by footstep, by bowl, by conversation. This is our way too. You do not need a mountaintop to be free. You need a breath in a hallway, a soft word in a kitchen, a hand on your own chest before you speak. Freedom that cannot survive in ordinary light is just a costume. Yours is the durable kind, sewn from small, repeated acts. Let's practice a guided day weaving you can imagine now and reuse tomorrow. Picture your morning knot. A cup, a window, one breath. Feel it in your hands. Walk with me to a doorway. Take one threshold breath and whisper arriving. Sit in your chair. Feel hands, feet, seat. Speak your verb. Start. Midday. Pause for the 60-second settle. Jaw slack then neutral. Eyes soft. Exhale longer. Afternoon. Meet one interruption with startle named and a choice. Evening. Mark an ending. 2 breaths. 1 repair if needed. A folded blanket. A glass of water within reach. Night. Touch belly, chest, forehead and say safe enough, kind enough, clear enough. Then rest. You have just tied the knots and threaded the hours with friendly string. Before we pause this part, upgrade your inner speech with a few lines sized for integration. When the day says, prove yourself, answer, I will practice my values once and let that speak. When the mind says, you have to hold everything, answer, I will hold one thing kindly and place the rest on the later shelf. When the heart says, I'm tired, answer, I hear you. We will make a smaller circle tonight. Simple, human, repeatable. The body learns by the songs you sing most often. Now, settle your jaw, soften your gaze, and feel the field of your body as a single warm place. You have room to be here. You have room to breathe. You have room to make your life out of small, honest gestures. This is how tension becomes ease in practice, not only in theory. Not all at once, not forever, but breath by breath, knot by knot, hour by hour. That is enough. You are enough. Settle again, dear friend. Let the room become a gentle lake and your body the small boat resting upon it. The water doesn't ask the boat to become anything else. Simply holds. If your jaw has crept forward, let it slide back and down. If your shoulders have crept upward, let them fall the smallest distance gravity allows. You are allowed to arrive with the life that is here. Tonight we walk deeper into the evening wind down, the quiet craft of letting your whole system know that the day can soften, the taskmaster can loosen its tie, and the mind can perch rather than pace. Begin with touch because touch speaks a language older than thought. Place one hand under the back of your head where the skull meets the neck, and the other hand over the heart. Feel the support above and the warmth below. Breathe once into both hands at once, as if you were filling two little lanterns. You aren't trying to switch anything off. You are letting the light dim a notch. If it feels right, whisper a simple sentence that fits inside one breath. Dim now. The body loves verbs that are small and friendly. Evenings gather echoes. Conversations revisiting. Unfinished lines tugging at your sleeve. Small embarrassments replaying in exaggerated color. Will make a place for echoes that isn't your pillow. Imagine a low table beside the bed called the listening table. Not for problem solving, not for punishment, just for listening. Sit or lie as you are and give 3 minutes to the table. Say quietly what wants to be put down here before sleep. Let one thought come and place it gently on the table with a label as plain as flour. Worry about reply, moment with my child, the look in a friend's eye. You aren't exiling them from your life. You're giving them a seat in the next room so the bed can be a bed. When the 3 minutes end, nod to the table and turn your face toward the softness waiting for you. If a thought tries to climb into the bed later, you can say without hostility, your chair is there, friend. The nervous system tracks light and sound even when you're not paying attention. Dim one lamp on purpose. If screens must be near, place a light cloth over them like a dish you're keeping warm for tomorrow. Let sound sort itself into near and far. Near, the muffled rustle of sheets, your breath, perhaps a neighbor's laugh drifting. Far, traffic, an elevator, the building's slow heartbeat. Categorizing is not control. It is gentle orientation. Animals settle when they know where the noises live. Now a small practice with breath that is sleep-friendly because it's undramatic. Think of your breath as a tide that touches 3 shores: belly, ribs, collarbones. On the inhale, let the belly receive a little first, then the ribs widen a little, then the upper chest lifts like a feather. On the exhale, let everything settle together. Feather, ribs, belly downward. Take 4 of these breaths. If any part feels fussy, let it be. The tide still comes and goes even when the coast is irregular. Anxiety loves to turn bedtime into a performance. Performances require audiences and judges. Replace the audience with a simple ritual that needs no applause. Call it turn down for the nervous system. Fold the top of the blanket back once, even if you will unfold it again in minutes. Smooth the pillow with an open palm once. Place a glass of water where your sleep-listening body can reach it. Whisper one line to the room, as if to an old friend. Watch the house while I rest. You're not speaking magic. You're giving your mammal brain an external guard so the inner guard can lie down. A short scene from the older stories arrives wearing night clothes. On the eve of his awakening, the Buddha accepted a simple bowl of milk rice from a village woman named Sujata. He had been gripping asceticism like a rope, starving his body in the name of purity. He ate. He allowed nourishment. Then he went to sit. This is our evening teaching. Sternness does not produce ease. Kindness does. Food or no food, kindness is the bowl. If your body is asking for a gentler pillow, a warmer sock, a sip of water, a softer sentence, offer the bowl. You are not spoiling yourself. You are feeding the creature that breathes you. We'll give the mind a small job so it stops interviewing disaster. Count backward from 8 on the exhale only. Inhale without numbers. Exhale 8. Inhale, exhale 7. Inhale, exhale 6. If you lose the count, start again at any number you like. There is no prize for finishing. The job is not to arrive at 0. The job is to give the mind a harmless ladder to climb until it grows bored enough to doze on a rung. Some nights the body buzzes with electricity that feels like the aftertaste of adrenaline. Movement can be medicine if it is small and slow. Lying on your back or side, point and flex your toes 3 times each, like a friendly wave to the ground. Circle each ankle. If it feels right, bend your knees and let them sway a few inches left and right as if the wind were moving the tall grass of your thighs. We are not stretching to achieve, we are signaling to the muscles, I see you. A seen muscle is a softer muscle. Let's add the warm nest, a practice of arranging the beings of your night as kindly as you can. If you share a bed, ask for an inch more room with a smile and a breath. If you share with a pet, let their small animal calm teach yours. If you sleep alone, let the bed be a wide raft and you the honored passenger. Pull the blanket so that it has weight on your shins. Weight says ground is here. Light says space is here. You don't need a weighted blanket to speak this. A simple fold and a deliberate tuck are a dialect your body understands. We return to self-talk, the valence that colors the whole room. Upgrade 2 lines the mind likes to whisper at night. Old, you didn't do enough. New, I did what fit today. What remains will meet a kinder me. Old, if you don't figure it out now, you're in danger. New, night is for tending, not solving. If danger arrives, I will meet it with breath and help. Say them in the chest, not only the head. Feel the tone do its quiet work. If you have the habit of reviewing the day as a prosecution, try a gentler ledger. Ask, where was I tender? Where was I true? Where can I repair? Answer each with 1 sentence only. Tender, I paused before answering. True, I said I need time. Repair, I'll text a simple sorry. Then stop. The ledger closes without gavel or gloat. Your shoulders hear the closing more than your mind. Sometimes what keeps you awake is not fear but ache. The heart kind, the missing someone kind, the wish it were different kind. The medicine then is companionship, not cure. Place a hand at the back of your neck and one at the sternum and rock your body a few millimeters side to side, like a parent rocks a child half asleep. Whisper, this is the part that aches. We will rest together. The ache may not leave. It doesn't have to. It only needs not to be exiled. A parable for night minds. A traveler carried a bowl of oil through a crowded market. If he spilled a drop, he would be punished. He walked with a soft gaze, feeling the bowl, not the crowd. He arrived with the oil intact. The mind says, watch the crowd. The body says, feel the bowl. Your bowl at night is a small triangle, hands, feet, seat, or the heaviest place on the bed. Feel that triangle each exhale. Let the crowd, the day's noise, tomorrow's faces, pass like shadows along the street. If you wake in the middle of the night, treat it as a different room in the same house. You're not lost. You've stepped into the hallway. Use your hallway walk. In the dim light or darkness, go to the door and back or walk 2 slow circles with one hand grazing the wall. Name 3 things that were sufficient yesterday. Name 3 you can place on the listening table now. If you prefer stillness, walk your fingers along the blanket seam and do the same naming quietly. When you return to your pillow, let your head be heavy. A stone laid in a riverbed, water sliding past. There is a kindness in planning for tomorrow without letting tomorrow colonize your bed. Keep a tiny card or notes app line named First Brick. Before you lie down, write 1 clear action that belongs to morning you. Not 7. 1. Put mug on counter. Open DocX and start paragraph 1. Text Dana 1 question. Your body will sleep differently knowing morning has a starting point that isn't panic. We'll visit boundaries for evening gatherings because social warmth can tip into nervous burnout. Before hosting or attending, offer yourself 1 boundary line you can speak even to someone you love. I'm getting full. I'm going to sit in the quieter room for a bit. Or, I loved seeing you. I'm heading home. Practicing a single sentence is not cold. It's how you preserve the rest that makes you warm. Some nights require a small ritual of forgiveness, not as a grand moral act, as a loosening. Touch your throat and whisper, "I forgive my voice for being silent or sharp." Touch your hands and whisper, "I forgive my hands for fumbling or doing too much." Touch your eyes and whisper, "I forgive my eyes for missing what was clear or seeing too much too fast." Then place both hands on the heart, "And I forgive this heart for being human." Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is a gentle exhale that returns you to the bed as the person who can still love and be loved. If you share the night with nightmares or startle awakenings, have a small plan that reminds you of the present. A night light you can flick with your toe. A phrase taped inside the lampshade where only you will see it. You are here. Today's date. The name of this town. A sweater you can put on in the same order every time. Left arm, right arm, hand to chest, breath. Rituals reduce the work your mind has to do to re-enter the room. Less work means more rest. Compassion for the future you does wonders now. Set the stage for the morning as if for a tender guest. Place the cup. Lay out the gentle shirt. Put one kind line where your eyes will land. Begin softly. Your nervous system will begin trusting you when there is proof that you are on your own side across the line of sleep. Let's gather the teachings into a single glide down you can repeat any night. If it helps, read once and then let it become a felt sequence. Fold the blanket back. Smooth the pillow. Place a glass. Dim a lamp. Sit or lie and give the listening table 3 labeled thoughts. Hand to head, hand to heart. Dim now. 3 sure breaths. Belly, ribs, collarbones. Settle together. Count exhale from 8 towards 0 without urgency. Move toes and ankles. Sway the grasses of your legs. Name 3 tender, true repair. Forgive throat, hands, eyes, heart. Write 1 first brick. Speak 1 sentence to sleep inside. I can be awake and still safe. Let silence do the rest. A small, luminous vignette from the old paths to close the teaching. On certain nights, the Buddha is described as simply walking. No sermon, no miracle. Under moonlight with companions, listening to frogs, the wind in tall stalks, the rustle of leaves that have nowhere better to be. This is the mood we invite. Not the thunderclap, the companionship. You and your breath, you and your room, you and the low sounds of a world that keeps you company even when you're alone. If thoughts return as the lights dim, treat them like a friend who lingers at the door. You can say, "We've had a good talk. The night is asking me to rest. Come back tomorrow." Close the door with kindness. The friend will still be a friend in the morning. Your nervous system learns from how you close doors. We finish with a blessing designed for eyelids and spines and hearts, kept small enough to ride your exhale. Try it, if it fits your mouth, or let it move through you without words. May this body trust the bed like earth trusts the mountain. May this breath be enough to carry me across the night. May what is unfinished find the chair by the listening table. May what is tender find warmth at my chest and quiet in my jaw. May sleep, when it comes, be welcomed. May wakefulness, if it stays, be companioned. May I rise when I rise as one who knows how to be gentle with a morning. Let your next exhale lengthen just a thread. Notice the point where it finishes and the soft pause before the inhale arrives on its own. If sleep comes now, let it come like a tide at night, unannounced and inevitable. If it doesn't, you're not doing anything wrong. You're practicing the art of being kept by the room and the breath. The boat rests. The lake holds. Nothing essential is demanded of you now, except to be here, human and breathing, kind to this hour. That is more than enough. Arrive softly again, dear friend. Let the night meet your skin as if it were warm water and you were the stone it gladly surrounds. Notice the tiny pauses at the edges of your breath, How each inhale waits politely before it turns. How each exhale lingers like a tide reluctant to leave the shore. If your hands don't know where to rest, give one to the belly and one to the chest. Feel the two rhythms, lower and higher, speaking to one another without words. Tonight, we walk deeper into body wisdom and natural healing, not as miracle talk, but as the simplest art of listening and cooperating. Less fixing, more befriending. Less commanding, more consenting. Anxiety often tries to manage the body as if it were a stubborn appliance. Press harder, override, push through. The body is not a machine. It is a living field. Fields respond to weather, to touch, to time. A field is coaxed, not bullied. Try this sentence in a whisper that fits inside one breath. I will listen before I ask. Say it now. Feel what happens in your jaw, in your throat, in the soft place under the ribs. Listening is not passive. It is the beginning of any wise action. We'll begin with a simple practice called Hello Body. Not a scan to correct, just a greeting to learn what is true. Starting at the feet, say quietly, Hello feet, thank you for carrying me. Pause to feel temperature, pressure, any small shimmer of sensation. Calves, hello. Knees, hello. Thighs, hello. Belly, hello. And thank you for receiving my breath. Chest, hello. Heart, hello. Back, hello. Shoulders, hello. Arms and hands, hello. Throat, mouth, eyes, scalp, hello. Thank you. No fixing. If a place answers with ache or tightness, imagine pulling up a chair beside it rather than shining a flashlight into its eyes. You're not interrogating, you're sitting with. When a spot complains, the reflex is often to demand silence. Tonight, try a 3-line conversation. First line from you, I hear you. Second line from the body spot. Let it answer in sensation, tightness, heat, a tug. Third line from you, what would help in the next 5 minutes? Then do the smallest kind thing the answer suggests. Adjust the pillow, uncurl toes, warm the spot with your palm. Change the angle of your neck by a whisper. If no answer comes, do nothing for 1 breath. Your doing nothing is not neglect. It is respect for the fact that not all answers arrive on command. Body wisdom speaks in pace. If you can, reduce the speed of one action by 5%. The way your hand sets down the glass, the turn of your head on the pillow, the pull of the blanket. 5% is nothing to the mind and everything to the body. That tiny slowing tells your animal self that the chase is over for now. The heart believes what the hands demonstrate. Sometimes the body's message is, I'm holding too much. Offer the practice we've used in other forms and fold it into tissue and breath. Gather and give. On the inhale, gather sensation into the hands, wherever they rest. On the exhale, give a little of the weight to the bed, the couch, the floor. Repeat 3 times. If the sensation refuses your gift, don't argue. Gather what you can. Give what is willing. This is cooperation, not conquest. There is a way to breathe that isn't a technique so much as a tone. Imagine that your inhale says to the body, I'm with you. Imagine that your exhale answers, thank you. You don't have to say the words every time. Let the words be a flavor. The body softens more readily when it feels thanked rather than managed. Pain and discomfort deserve honest kindness. Without medical talk, you can still practice companionship that loosens suffering's secondary knots. Put a hand near, not necessarily on, the place that hurts. Widen your attention so that you include the surrounding areas, the good neighbors, the skin nearby that is neutral, the air touching your forearm, the warmth at your palm. Let the pain be part of a larger village, not the only citizen whose voice you hear. You are not abandoning the hurting place. You are refusing to crown it king. Try a micro-practice for restless limbs or buzzing nerves called hum and home. On an exhale, hum gently for 2 or 3 seconds. Lips closed, jaw easy. Then feel the vibration with your palm on your chest or belly. The hum is the knock. The hand is the door opening. The body says, "Oh, you're home." Repeat 3 times if it feels right. If humming isn't comfortable, whisper softly. If sound isn't available, imagine vibration moving from your throat to your chest like warm tea. There are nights when the body asks not for stillness but for tiny movement. Offer the 3 arcs. Lying down, draw the smallest arc with the tip of your nose, as if tracing a narrow crescent in the air. Then draw a tiny arc with one shoulder, sliding it forward and back by a fingertip's length. Then an arc at the pelvis, rolling 1 millimeter toward one hip and 1 millimeter back. 3 arcs, slow, almost invisible. Movement without agenda says to nervous tissue, we are not trapped, we can choose. We return to our 3 frictions as they show up in the body. Wanting can be the urge to feel different now, which tightens everything. Pushing away is bracing against sensation, which compounds it. Not seeing is losing the rest of the body because one small place shouts. The counter moves live here, too. Release is the exhale that consentingly softens. Acceptance is I feel this and I can stay. Clear seeing is I feel this and I also feel the sheets, the air, the hand, the warmth. The body learns with repetition much faster than it learns with argument. A modern parable walks in softly. A gardener noticed a patch of soil gone hard. He didn't pound it with his fist. He knelt. He pressed his palm into it, felt its reluctance, and brought water with patience. He did not demand bloom by noon. He tended daily. A little water, a finger gently turning the surface, a seed offered when the soil had softened enough to receive. Weeks later, green appeared that had nothing to do with force. Your tight places are soil. Your hand is the gardener. Water is breath. Patience is trust. Identity loosening matters here. The mind says, I am broken. My body betrays me. Try, pain is visiting this body. I will be kind. The mind says, I can't rest unless everything is perfect. Try, I can rest while something remains unsettled. The mind says, if I slow down, I'll fall apart. Try, when I slow down, I come together. Grammar is a gentle medicine. Change a verb and muscles consider a new shape. Let's bring body wisdom into ordinary moments tomorrow so healing becomes a rhythm rather than a special event. When you stand from a chair, pause half a heartbeat at the top and feel the shift of weight through your feet. When you wash your hands, let the warm water be a small bath for your nervous system, temperature, texture, sound. When you drink, let the first sip be slow enough that your mouth can tell your belly what's coming. The body's trust grows from these tiny acts of nonviolence. If a wave of anxiety rises in public, give the body an anchor you can reach without drawing eyes. Touch thumb to each fingertip one at a time slowly, or press your tongue softly to the palate for a breath, then let it fall. Feel the jaw unclasp, or place your palms together for 2 seconds and separate them, noticing warmth. These are signals the animal understands. You are with me. You are not abandoning me to the storm. Sometimes the most healing move is to shrink the circle of obligation for an hour. Whisper, smaller circle. Choose the next helpful act that fits inside that circle and let the rest wait on the later shelf. The body will tell you it thanks you by lengthening the exhale without being asked. A small scene from the old stories, restyled for this room. Once, a monk was ill and ashamed to ask for help. The Buddha cleaned his mat and bathed him, saying, when you care for the sick, you care for me. Tonight, hear that as your body's needs are not interruptions. They are honored guests. When you shift the pillow, when you drink water, when you change positions at 3 a.m., you are not failing at stillness. You are practicing care for the one living being only you can reach from the inside. we'll practice a tiny ritual called wrap and whisper. Fold one edge of the blanket over your shins or tuck a corner gently around your shoulder. Then whisper a single kindness. Warmth for you. Or, I'm here. Or soft now. The nervous system reads the wrap as safety and the whisper as companionship. 2 seconds, surprising effect. For aches that feel like weather moving through, give them a forecast you can stand. Say, this will move in gusts. I will meet each gust, not the whole storm. Then, when a gust comes, pair it with one exhale and one real-world detail. Lamp glow, pillow seam, breath warmth at nostrils. Pain is less likely to take over the sky when you keep pointing kindly at other stars. If grief is in the body, and often it is, let it be carried by form. Place one hand over the heart and one over the low belly and rock side to side a few millimeters. Let the mouth open a little so breath meets less resistance. If tears come, let them be water doing what water does. If they don't, you are not doing it wrong. Grief does not obey calendars or commands. It respects presence. You can also invite rest with a story the body understands. Being held by earth. Imagine the bed is not a human invention but a patch of warm ground. Feel the weight of you sinking a fraction into it, not falling but belonging. The spine knows what to do when it believes the earth is under it. It unwinds by degrees. When rumination wants to take you hostage, give the body 3 simple jobs in a row. Exhale longer by a thread. Spread the toes once inside the covers. Soften the skin around the eyes. Thoughts may continue like distant traffic. The jobs remind your system that you live here, not on the highway. Self-talk becomes a body scale tool when you make it small enough to fit muscle and bone. Old, why can't you relax? New, we can try softer. Old, this hurts, you're weak. New, this hurts. I'm with you. Old, sleep now or else. New, rest is also good. Say the new line once, then stop. Repeating too loudly can turn kindness into another command. A homey parable before we learn a breath for late hours. Imagine a crowded attic. You push and push, dust chokes, boxes topple. Then someone shows you a small window. You open it. Air moves, you move. You didn't empty the attic. You let a current in. Body wisdom is that window. It doesn't demand that you cart every box downstairs tonight. It offers air so you can breathe while you choose one box later. Now the breath, feather landing. Inhale naturally. On the exhale, imagine a feather settling onto the center of your chest. Second breath, the feather settles onto the belly. Third breath, the feather settles into the bed beneath you. Repeat once. If an area resists the feather, good, the image has found where you grip. Let the feather rest just above that place, floating, not forcing. The body often loosens when you stop trying to push softness in and instead let softness hover. Sometimes the body asks for a promise before it cooperates. Offer one you can keep. Tomorrow I will stretch my hands for 30 seconds. Tomorrow I will step outside for 2 minutes. Tomorrow I will drink water before the second task. Tiny, real. Say it once. Mean it. The nervous system loves kept promises. It begins to trust you with bigger ones on its own timetable. If you share a bed or a room, let kindness ripple. Ask for an inch more space with a hand, not a lecture. Offer a whispered, I'm turning now, so the body beside yours doesn't prepare for a surprise. If you sleep alone, let the bed be wide enough for 2 of you, the one who can rest and the one who can't. Place a pillow where the restless one can lean. Even that small arrangement changes the air. A last practice for the hour, braided from everything we've learned. Call it the 3 lanterns. Place your right hand on the belly. Compassion. This is hard. I wish ease. Place your left hand on the chest. Clear seeing. Here's what's true right now. Touch the forehead lightly, letting go what can rest until morning. Then return both hands to where they want to live and take 3 slow exhales, a thread longer than the inhales. If thoughts insist at the edges, let them. You have lit what you can light. Before we close, a small story for the part of you that wants a sign. A teacher was asked, "How do I know if I'm healing?" The teacher lifted a cup of water and poured it slowly into a dry plant. "The sign is not the sound of growing," the teacher said. "It's the sound of pouring. You won't hear your nervous system rebuild in the night. You will hear the quiet of your own kindness, again and again. That is the sign. As you lie back into whatever holds you, fold one edge of the night over the shins, or the shoulder, or the heart. It doesn't matter where. The gesture is the message. Whisper, 'Enough for now.' Let the body take it in. Feel for the small space that opens, maybe at the jaw, maybe behind the eyes, maybe in the middle of the back. That space is not empty. It is a tiny meadow. Breath knows what to do in meadows. It slows, feeds what's living. It lets the day step back across the fence. May this body be treated as a friend, not a project. May your hands remember that warmth is medicine. May pain be allowed a chair without being made king. May the field of you receive water without apology. May you sleep if sleep comes, and may you rest either way. May the sound of pouring, your own careful, ordinary care, convince every small animal inside you that dawn will find you softer, steadier, and still here. Let the next exhale arrive and lengthen by itself. Notice how the bed rises to meet you, how the room becomes a quiet witness. You are practicing a way of being that does not require costumes or ceremonies. Only a palm, a breath, a kind sentence, and a willingness to listen before you ask. That is the path tonight. You're on it, and it is enough. Arrive again, dear friend. Let the air in your room be the first kindness you feel, the way it touches your cheeks without asking anything in return. Let your shoulders loosen as if someone you trust just entered the doorway and said, "You can set that down." If your brow is carrying tomorrow, stroke it once with your fingertips and give it back to the night. There's space here for you to rest and learn at the same time. Tonight we focus on compassionate self-talk, the quiet language that shapes your inner weather, and how it can soften worry and fear from the inside out. Not slogans, not perfection, just a friendlier tone that your nervous system can believe at 2 a.m. and at 2 p.m. Think of self-talk as the room you live in even when no one else is around. If that room is lined with barbed wire, even ordinary moments feel dangerous. If that room is lined with wool and windows, the same moments feel workable. The words you choose become the walls. The Buddhist tradition points to 3 helpful qualities in speech: truthful, timely, and kind. We will add a 4th for anxious hours: small. Truth calms when it is honest and sighs to a single breath. Kindness calms when it is warm rather than sugary. Timeliness calms when it drops into the very moment you're in instead of demanding you be a different person in a different season. And smallness calms when a sentence can fit fully into your ribcage. Let's build this inner room with sentences your body can trust. Begin with an upgrade for the critic who likes to announce a verdict when you're tired. Old line, "You always mess this up." New line, "One moment was rough. I can repair one thread." The body understands one thread, can picture a needle, a stitch, a small square of cloth. It lowers its guard. When the critic hisses, "You're behind," answer, "I'm arriving now." Arriving is a verb the body can do. You move your breath and your hands into the present, and suddenly behind becomes a story, not a sentence. Anxiety often pretends to be useful by rehearsing danger. It says, "If I replay the worst case enough, I'll be ready." Replace the courtroom with a kitchen. You don't become nourished by reading recipes about fear. You become nourished by boiling water, buttering bread, and eating what's here. When the mind starts disaster cooking, say, I'll prepare one small thing I can touch, and I'll feed the rest with kindness. Then touch it. Set a reminder. Write one sentence. Lay out clothes for morning. Close the kitchen gently. Your body learns that you act where you can and release where you must. There is a simple structure for compassionate self-talk you can carry anywhere. Name, normalize, nourish. Name. Say what's happening in plain words. Tightness is here. Worry is loud. Normalize. Of course this hurts. Of course I care. Nourish. Choose one kind step. Hand to chest. Exhale longer. Soft eyes. Water. A boundary spoken with warmth. Name keeps you honest. Normalize dissolves shame. Nourish moves you forward without violence. Bring this into a scene that might visit you tomorrow. You open a message with an edge. The stomach drops. The old script, defend now or dissolve. The new script, breathe and name, startled. Normalize, make sense, I want to belong. Nourish, 2 slow breaths. Then 1 clean sentence. I see your point A. Can we clarify point B? You are not performing calm. You are protecting your inner animal while you stay human in the room. Compassion in self-talk flourishes with tone more than with poetry. Sometimes the kindest words are the simplest, spoken in the chest as if you were soothing a child. I'm with you. We're okay enough. We'll do this one small piece. People imagine compassion will make them passive. In practice, compassion replaces frantic motion with steady action. The room inside becomes safe enough that you can move clearly through the world outside. Parable can help set the tone. A woman visited a teacher, saying, "My mind is like a house where thieves run wild." The teacher poured her a cup of tea, then a second cup, then a third, each time handing it over with 2 hands, eyes soft. After the third, the woman laughed despite herself. "Why are you giving me so much tea?" "Because your house has had thieves. It deserves guests," the teacher said. Your inner speech can become that guest, hands offering warmth, saying, "I see what happened. Here's something gentle." It doesn't deny the thieves. It refuses to let them define the house. Let's practice micro upgrades you can use in real time. When you hear, "Don't blow this," try, breathe once. Do one clear thing. When you hear, "They will see you are not enough," try, "I'll be seen as human." I will be kind and clear once. When you hear, "If you rest, everything will collapse," try, "Rest keeps the bridge standing." Speak each quietly, once. Too many repetitions can turn kindness into another drill sergeant. Better to plant the sentence like a seed and let the body water it with breath. Compassion also includes boundaries, the spine underneath the soft. Anxiety hates boundaries because boundaries mean you won't try to control every mood in the room to stay safe. A gentle boundary sentence you can practice. "I care about this and I need to pause." Or, "I want to stay close and I'll answer tomorrow." The "and" holds both care and limit. Bodies relax when the voice says, "and." It signals a world large enough to include both truths. Bring compassion to the parts of you that carry old weather. Perhaps a younger version of you still tries to keep you safe by checking and over-preparing. Bow to that one. Say, "Thank you for your work. Come sit by me while I breathe." You aren't exiling the protector. You're promoting them to a role they can perform without burning you out. Witness, not general. If tears rise, let them. Tears are the closest thing to rain the body makes. Fields need rain. We'll turn to repair, because self-talk is never more needed than when we've been sharp or absent. Anxiety tends to punish instead of repair, as if hurt could be undone by self-attack. Try this short bridge, plain and dignified. "I see what happened. I'm sorry for my part. Here is one thing I'll do to tend it." Then stop. Put the bridge down and walk across. The body learns that mistakes are not cliffs. They are rivers with planks. Compassion can be spoken to fear itself. Imagine fear as a small guest in your home. Even if it arrives wearing a large coat, you can say, "Fear, I see you. You can sit with me while I breathe. I won't feed you stories, and I won't push you out into the cold." Then place your attention on breath, hands, feet, seat. You are setting house rules without cruelty. Guests treated with dignity tend to follow house customs. Guests shamed or worshipped tend to misbehave. In Buddhist imagery, the heart that practices compassion is a vast field that includes the weeds without crowning them. Try a 1-minute compassion meditation suited for a busy modern body. Inhale, for this body. Exhale, may it be at ease. Inhale, for one person I love. Exhale, may they be at ease. Inhale, for someone I find difficult. Exhale, may they be at ease or may I not add harm. Inhale, for all who worry tonight. Exhale, may we find a gentle hand within reach. If a phrase gets stuck, shorten it until it slides. Ease for me, ease for you, ease for all. Your self-talk is a teacher for others whether you intend it or not. Children, partners, friends, colleagues, people feel the weather your words create. When you replace "I'm so stupid" with "I'm learning," you offer everyone permission to learn. When you replace "I'll never" with "I haven't yet," you widen the hallway for the whole house. This isn't performance, it's atmosphere. An atmosphere of compassion is breathable air. Let's craft a handful of 7-word lines, the length of a gentle bell, that you can ring when worry spikes. I am here. This breath can help. I can be kind when afraid too. One step now, tomorrow will be today. Clear once, kind once, then rest now. The body remembers 7 beats. It's the size of a lullaby. Self-talk becomes miraculous when it moves from protecting image to serving values. Values are verbs you can do under stress. If kindness is a value, a sentence can be, "I will do one kind thing now." If clarity, "I will speak one honest sentence." If steadiness, "I will breathe out a beat longer." Suddenly you are not arguing with identity. You are practicing a value for 60 seconds. Worry's grip loosens when you stop asking, "Who am I?" and start asking, "What is the next right verb?" Bring this to a tricky scene. A family conversation that usually tightens your chest. Before you enter, whisper a 2-line inner vow. I'll be kind once. I'll set one boundary. During the talk, if your body surges, name it startle, heat, tight. Then speak a clean sentence. I want to understand you. Give me a breath. Or I'm getting full. I'm going to step out and return. After, mark an ending. Palms together, one breath, a soft, thank you for staying. Your self-talk becomes the conductor, not the noise. There is a near enemy of compassion, indulgence that keeps you stuck. The difference is in the verb. Compassion says, I see, and I'll help you stand. Indulgence says, I see, and let's sink together forever. When you notice the sink, add one small stand verb. Drink water, walk to the window, write the first sentence, ask for help. Even standing for 20 seconds teaches the body a new story about itself. Sometimes compassion must speak to shame, that sticky residue of the day. Shame says you are unfixable. Compassion answers you are reparable and we repair in threads. Shame says your feelings are too much. Compassion answers your feelings are weather. We will open a window. Shame says hide. Compassion answers I will choose a good witness. This might be a friend, a journal, a therapist, a quiet night sky. The witness is the opposite of a jury. It sees and stays. A story from the early days of the path can bless this. A harsh monk used to scold others for breaking small rules. The Buddha asked him to pluck a string on a lute. Too tight, it snapped. Too loose, it wouldn't sing. Tuned just right, it made music. Compassionate self-talk is tuning. Too tight and you snap into panic or performance. Too loose and you leave yourself in harm's way. Just right and your life makes a sound you recognize as your own. Let's create a closing ritual for conversations with yourself so they don't stretch into court cases. 3 lines spoken softly will do. I said what I could for now. I'll come back with a rested mind. I'll be kind to the one who tried. Your body hears the gavel drop. Not in punishment, but in closure. Rooms quiet when doors close gently. For nights like this, we'll gather the upgrades into a single, flowing minute you can repeat. Lie or sit with support behind you. Inhale and whisper name. Exhale and say one word. Startled, tight, heavy, awake. Inhale and whisper, normalize. Exhale, of course I care. Inhale and whisper, nourish. Exhale, I'll be kind while this passes. Then place a palm on your chest, a palm on your belly, and lengthen the exhale by a thread. If thoughts knock loudly, give them a chair near the wall and say, I'll pour tea for you in the morning. You are not slamming doors, you are assigning rooms. We finish this part with blessings small enough to sit on your tongue without effort. If they fit, say one aloud. If not, let them move through you like warm wind. May my words to myself be simple and true. May I practice and where fear insists on or. May I meet rough moments with one gentle thread of repair. May I trust that a softer voice can still be strong. May my inner room be lined with wool and windows. May those I love feel safer because I am kinder inside. Rest back now. Feel the slight space in your chest that opens when sentences become less sharp. Notice how your jaw unlocks when always becomes for now. How your shoulders lower when never becomes not yet. This is the work of the quiet path, replacing the storm's narration with the weather report you can live under. You don't need to memorize anything. Your body already knows which lines felt like blankets. Keep those. Let the rest evaporate into the night. If sleep comes, let it find you without fanfare. If wakefulness stays, let it rest beside you without an argument. Either way, your inner language is changing its climate degree by degree, sentence by sentence. The room you live in when no one else is around is warmer now. That warmth is not a decoration. It is a medicine. It is a promise you keep to yourself every time you say, gently and truthfully, I'm here. Arrive gently, dear friend. Let your breath be the small lamp that finds you in the room. If you like, place one palm on the belly and one on the heart and feel the 2 rhythms greet each other. Low tide and high tide, meeting at the shoreline of your ribs. Let the jaw loosen a shade. Let the brow smooth. You have stepped into a quiet workshop tonight, the place where all you've learned begins to weave into how you live with other people and with the larger world. We'll practice relational ease, soft courage, and the kind of steadiness that lets you carry your values through traffic, news, meetings, kitchens, and the private corners of the night. Relationships are where anxious habits often reveal themselves most clearly. We grasp for reassurance or control. We push away discomfort. We lose sight of what is true in the room and what belongs to older weather inside us. Here, our 3 inner powers become a posture. Compassion is the warmth in your eyes. Clear seeing is the honesty in your words. Letting go is the looseness in your shoulders that remembers you cannot manage another person's mind. When you combine those 3, something gentle and strong appears. Presence that doesn't need to perform and doesn't need to disappear. Try a small ritual before conversations that usually tighten your chest. Stand or sit with your spine supported. Breathe once low and say inside, kind once, clear once, then rest. You are setting an achievable vow, not a performance score. When the conversation begins, Let your gaze soften just enough to include the other person and your own body at the same time. This both vision keeps you from abandoning yourself to stay close or abandoning the other to stay safe. If tension rises, lean on a sentence that keeps the bridge. I want to understand you. Give me a breath. Or I care about this, and I need a moment to settle. Or let me make sure I heard you. These are not tricks. They are the sound of dignity in motion. Your nervous system recognizes the tone and begins to trust that you won't force it to sprint or shrink. The other person hears your care and your boundary at once, which is a rare and disarming music. Sometimes what you need isn't a sentence but a gesture that belongs to mammals, not debates. Place one hand lightly on the chair or your thigh. Feel the weight. This anchors the body while words fly overhead. Often a single anchored hand softens a whole conversation more than a paragraph of explanation. The body believes touch faster than it believes arguments. When apology is needed, make it small and clean so the nervous system does not have to carry theater to bed. I see what happened. I'm sorry for my part. Here's one way I'll tend it. Then stop. Don't purchase forgiveness with self-punishment. It is an expensive and unreliable currency. Repair is a bridge made of boards, not a cliff you leap from. Walk it board by board and let your shoulders lower as you reach the other side. If you sense that your body keeps reenacting scenes from earlier chapters of your life, speak to the younger one who still lives in your nervous system. Before a hard conversation, place a palm on the heart and whisper, "We're older now. I'll speak kindly and step back if we need to." You aren't pretending the past didn't happen. You are letting the present be the adult in the room. Let's visit a modern parable that helps when you feel unseen. A person stood on a shoreline waving to a lighthouse. The lighthouse did not wave back. It just shone. The person felt silly, then angry, then small. A passerby said, "It isn't ignoring you. It's doing its job." The person turned and looked again. Steady light, steady beam, ships finding their way home. In moments when you ache for acknowledgement, try being a lighthouse for a minute. Steady your breath, soften your eyes, let your words be clear and few. You might not get the wave you hoped for. You will be doing your job, the one where your presence helps the room navigate. Oddly, being the lighthouse often draws more warmth than waving ever did. Bring steadiness to disagreement by lowering the stakes your nervous system imagines. Not life and death, one conversation. Not forever, this evening. Not my worth, this topic. Say inside, smaller field. Then choose a value to guide you. Kindness, curiosity, clarity. Speak one sentence from that value and pause. Your body learns that you do not need to shout to be real. Now let's widen the circle beyond the personal to the world that pours through our screens. News can hijack your animal body because it often arrives as loud stories without local action for your hands. We practice clear seeing and compassionate boundaries here. Ask 3 questions when a headline spikes your pulse. What's true? What's mine? What's one kind, concrete step? True might be a fact you can verify from a trusted source. What's mine might be a donation, a call, a conversation, a vote, or the choice to rest so you can help tomorrow. The step is specific. Send, call, attend, write, pause. After you take it, let your shoulders drop, whisper, "Enough for now," and close the door on the story for the night. You are not abandoning the world. You are refusing to feed panic and calling it care. Generosity is one of the oldest medicines for anxiety because it shifts attention from rehearsing danger to serving life. Keep it ordinary. Hold a door longer than usual. Answer a message with one more sentence of warmth. Leave a glass of water for morning you. When your hands do a kind thing, the nervous system remembers it has more uses than self-defense. Your day becomes breathable because you have chosen to be part of the air. We return to the 3 frictions as they appear in relationships. Wanting becomes, I need them to think a certain way so I can relax. Pushing away becomes, I will disappear or harden to avoid discomfort. Not seeing becomes, I'm arguing with a story about them rather than the person here now. The counter moves are humble and powerful. Release the outcome enough to hear. Acceptance that discomfort is in the room but not dangerous. Clear seeing of the words actually spoken, the breath actually in your body, the choices actually available. Practice together. These 3 are a soft armor you can wear anywhere. Identity loosening helps you love better. If you walk into rooms as the fixer, you stop listening because your role already decided the ending. If you walk in as the one who always yields, you disappear even as you smile. Try entering as a person who will practice one value. Say it at the door in your chest. Kindness once, clarity once, then rest. Roles relax. The person appears. Let's place these practices into scenes from an ordinary day and feel how they move. You wake and your chest tightens with the memory of a half-finished conversation. Old script. Spin it into a trial while brushing your teeth. New script, body first. Hand to belly, 1 long exhale, and the sentence, I can repair 1 thread after coffee. Then cup and window. You carry the conversation differently because you are carrying yourself differently. Mid-morning, a colleague is curt. Old script. I am in danger. Perform or retreat. New script. Sunflower pause. Label startle. Ask 1 curious question. And set 1 boundary if needed. I want to help. I'll need the request clearly. You are not asking permission to exist. You are asking for clarity so your body can serve. Afternoon, news scroll spikes your heart. Old script, doom dive until numb. New script, 3 questions, true, mine, step, and then hands off the device for 1 full breath while the shoulders drop. Your nervous system hears a person is at the helm. Evening, a loved one is quiet. Old script, fill the silence with fear. New script, name your experience without verdict. I notice quiet. I care about you. Anything you need, or shall we sit? You let the room be real rather than a screen onto which you project storms. Night, your inner prosecutor wakes for closing arguments. Old script, list of failures. New script, 3-line ledger, tender, true, repair, and the sentence you'll sleep inside. You shut the courtroom lights and leave a single lamp on by the chair of the listening table. Your body believes the day has an end. We'll add 2 relational micro-practices that require almost no time and return surprising ease. First, shared breath without announcement. In a tense moment, match the other person's exhale for 2 cycles and then lengthen yours by a thread. Many mammals co-regulate this way without knowing the word. You aren't manipulating. You are offering steady air. Second, the thank you for telling me seed. When someone shares something sharp or vulnerable, begin with thank you for telling me. Then, if needed, add your truth. The seed changes the soil of the room. You often get more honesty and less armor. Sometimes courage is the kindest move. If you have been living inside a fear of asking for what you need, practice a precise request with warm tone. Not please be different forever. Instead, when you're ready, could we switch to texting about logistics in the morning? My nights are tender. Or, I'm hearing volume rise. I want to understand you, and I can do that better if we lower our voices. Ask once, breath steady. Courage doesn't shout. It speaks and stays. A story travels with us here, old and always new. A monk carried a woman across a muddy stream, though the teaching discouraged touch. Hours later, his companion scolded him. The first monk said, I set her down at the stream. You're still carrying her. In relationships, we carry old scenes in our hands until our fingers cramp. Tonight, practice setting one down. Picture the moment that nips at your heels. Place it in the palm bowl we've used. Whisper, remembered and held, not rehearsed. Set it on the inner shelf called past. If it slides down later, you can set it back up without scolding yourself. This is not amnesia. It is mercy with direction. Bring mercy to the moments you don't know what to say. Silence can be a kind answer when it's warm. Try, I need a breath to find words I won't regret. Or, I don't know yet. Can I return to this tomorrow? Your body will thank you for not making it sprint to keep up with your mouth. Sometimes the bravest relational move is to let joy be unbraced. Anxiety often rehearses pain while skipping practice in gladness. Train the body to let good in by naming it without preemptive apology. This tea is lovely. I love that laugh. This sunlight on the wall is making a friend of my chest. You are not tempting fate. You are strengthening the muscles that hold brightness without flinching. Those same muscles help you hold sorrow without capsizing. We should talk about forgiveness in a way that respects both the body and truth. Forgiveness here is not pretending harm didn't happen. It is releasing your grip on the fantasy that replay will rewrite the past. If a hurt lives in you, try the two-room approach. Room 1 is truth. Write or speak the story plainly to a good witness or to the page. Room 2 is mercy. Offer the smallest forgiveness you can manage tonight, not for the whole story, just for the piece that keeps you awake. I forgive the sentence I've been using to punish myself. Or, I forgive my body for jolting when a door closes. You can visit room 2 many nights before room 1 feels complete. That's appropriate. Bodies heal at the speed of trust. Let's give your future conversations a small blessing to travel with. Before you enter a room that has history, touch the doorframe and whisper, "May I be kind in here without abandoning myself." After you leave, touch the frame again, whisper, "Thank you for carrying me through." These gestures are tiny, but they change the air you breathe in and out. The body notes that you arrive and depart on purpose. Anxiety finds fewer open doors to sprint through. Your work in the world can also flow more cleanly when you choose verbs over verdicts. Replace "I must impress" with "I will inform clearly" once. Replace "I have to fix them" with "I will ask one honest question." Replace "I need them to like me" with "I will respect them and myself." Verbs put your hands back on the wheel that is actually attached to your car. If your day includes caregiving children, elders, friends, let soft structure hold you. Before you enter the space of care, breathe and say, "Soft shoulders, kind eyes, one clear boundary." During care, notice a moment of small sweetness. The way a hand finds yours, the way light rests on hair, the way a small thank you arrives in a glance. After care, release the roll at the jacket rack by the door. Whisper, "Caregiver stays here while I rest." You can pick the jacket up tomorrow and wear it fresh. A quiet practice for nights when the house sleeps and your mind does not. Community of breath. Imagine a ring of others breathing in their rooms. Strangers, friends, those you love, those you find difficult. On an inhale, think, "We breathe." On an exhale, "May we be at ease." You are not trying to save the world. You are remembering you belong to it. Bodies settle when they remember they are not alone. We will return briefly to the life of the Buddha for a cinematic human moment. When fear, Mara, visited again and again, the story says the Buddha named the visitor and invited him to sit. Not for spectacle, for honesty. I see you, Mara. Some evenings your fear will sit on the edge of your bed in heavy boots. You don't have to wrestle. Name it. Offer a breath. Set house rules. I won't feed you stories. I won't push you into the cold. You can sit while I sleep. Often, dignified guests find their boots heavy and leave. As we close this part, braid everything back into the soft preparation for rest and for tomorrow. Feel the ground beneath you. Place a palm at the low ribs and a palm at the heart. Breathe once with the idea, I can be with what is here. Breathe again with, I can say one true thing when it's time. Breathe a third with, I can let go where I must. This is the whole path in 3 breaths. Compassion, clear seeing, letting go woven into the fabric of your ordinary life. If there is one thread to carry into the morning, let it be this: practice small enough to keep. One honest sentence. One boundary spoken with warmth. One breath before a reply. One kind action sized for human hands. The nervous system doesn't need heroics. It needs repetition. The people around you don't need a perfect you. They need a present one. Let your breath lengthen a fraction on the way out. Feel the bed or chair rise to meet you like ground you can trust. Think of the conversations ahead as rooms with windows already cracked open. Air will move. You won't suffocate. You'll pause, look out, feel your hands, and choose one value-shaped verb. When you forget, you will begin again. Beginning again is not a penalty. It is the path's favorite move. A blessing for the web of your life, spoken in words simple enough to ride your exhale. May your listening be wide and your words be few and kind. May you meet sharpness with a steady breath and a soft spine. May you ask for what you need without shrinking or hardening. May you set down what isn't yours and carry what is with warmth. May your news of the world turn into one honest step and then rest. May the rooms you enter feel safer because your inner room is gentle. Rest now. Let the night take some weight. Let the mind perch rather than pace. If sleep comes, let it come quietly like a familiar friend using the spare key. If wakefulness lingers, let it sit in the chair by the listening table with a glass of water and a lamp left on low. You are practicing presence that does not require war. You are learning to love without losing yourself and to rest without abandoning the world. This is the art. You're doing it. Arrive one more time, dear friend. Let the room meet you the way a shore meets water. Steady, patient, glad for your return. If your jaw is holding anything, let it settle. If your eyes are working harder than they need to, let them rest back in their sockets as if into familiar chairs. Feel the support beneath you and admit the simplest truth. You are here. Breath arrives. Breath leaves. Nothing essential is required of you but this. We have walked a long, soft road together, from tension toward ease, from bracing toward belonging, from anxious weather toward a kinder climate in your inner room. Tonight, in this final part, we gather everything you learned and wear it lightly. We'll weave the 3 inner powers, compassion, clear seeing, letting go, into the fabric of your ordinary hours, so that you don't have to remember a library of ideas when the heart needs help. Your body will know small, reliable gestures instead. Begin with the body's oldest language, touch and breath. Place one hand low on your belly, one hand over your heart. On the inhale, silently say, here. On the exhale, silently say, still here. Repeat twice. This simple exchange is the summary of the whole path. You returned and you refused to abandon yourself. The nervous system hears this and lowers the flags it raises when it thinks you are lost. In this gentle arc we've practiced, compassion is warmth, clear seeing is light, and letting go is the hand that knows when to set the lamp down. Your life will keep asking for all 3. There will be mornings when compassion is the only language your body understands. Afternoons when light is what keeps you from stumbling. Nights when setting the lamp down is the bravest thing you do. The promise is not that storms cease. The promise is that you are learning how to be the kind of shore a storm respects. Let's name the 3 frictions plainly one last time. Wanting, pushing away, not seeing. And give them their countermoves like a traveler tucking a small map into a pocket. Wanting says, grip harder. You answer with release, I will hold gently. Pushing away says, flee or fight. You answer with acceptance. This is here. I can stay. Not seeing says make a story to keep you safe. You answer with clear seeing. What's true in my senses? What's one kind step? You won't always remember on the first try. That's fine. Beginning again is not a setback on this path. It is the path's favorite move. We can carry the whole practice in a few breaths. Hand to belly. Compassion, this is hard. I wish ease. Hand to chest. Clear seeing, here is what's true now. Hand to forehead. Letting go, what can rest until later. Then hands down and one next small step. Done in 30 seconds. This gesture turns panic into posture. You are not performing calm. You are giving your body coordinates it can find even in the dark. We'll revisit the opening bookends. The morning knot that invites and the evening knot that releases, because they hold the string of your day together when life pulls. Morning can be as small as feet to floor and the sentence, here already. Evening can be as small as folding the blanket back once and saying, I will end today on purpose. If you keep only these two rituals and sprinkle a few threshold breaths through your doorways, you will have enough to keep walking. Now we let memory be a teacher without becoming a trap. Think back through one or two essentials that changed the weather inside you. Maybe it was the sunflower pause, a longer exhale by a beat before answering. Maybe the hands-feet-seat triangle that returned you to ground when thoughts tried to lift you above your own life. Maybe the mercy minute that turned scolding into companionship. Maybe the listening table that gave your mind a chair to place its echoes on. Whatever became yours, say it softly now and feel it settle in you like a key in a pocket. I know how to do this. A story from the old path likes to close circles. When the Buddha was old and the body was failing, he lay under trees with broad leaves. Friends gathered nearby. He did not hand over a complicated manual. He invited his companions to keep practicing presence, honesty, and care. Light to see by, warmth to live by. He reminded them to look directly, to meet life as it is, to treat beings gently. We keep that spirit without drama. In plain words for our age, let your own careful attention be your light. Let your kindness be your warmth. Let your willingness to release what is not needed be your strength. We'll do a guided practice that sums the whole path in a few minutes. If it helps, close your eyes or soften the gaze. Imagine your breath as a tide moving between two friendly shores, the belly shore and the chest shore. Inhale touches belly, then chest, then rests. Exhale departs chest, then belly, then returns to the vast water around you. 3 rounds like that. Now add 3 small sentences, 1 per round. Round 1 inhale. This is my body. Round 1 exhale. I can be kind here. Round 2 inhale. This is my mind. Round 2 exhale. I can see clearly here. Round 3 inhale. This is my life. Round 3 exhale. I can let go here. Do not correct the breath if it chooses a different shape. The words are invitations, not commands. Let's gather the ordinary world back into practice, because that is where ease proves itself. The sink will wait for you tomorrow. Let dishwashing be 3 breaths of temperature, weight, and placing. The phone will call to you. Let your purpose be spoken twice before you open the door. The chair will hold you. Let hands, feet, seat return you to a body instead of a thought. Doorways will open, whisper arriving. If a child asks the same question again, let your empty cup hear what is fresh in their need and, when needed, set a tender boundary with an instead of a but. If a colleague is sharp, let a single curious question keep a bridge. If the news roars, ask what's true, what's mine, what's one kind step, and then rest. This is not a performance. It is a way of walking that leaves less smoke. Identity loosens in the simplest grammar. When the old plaque tries to fix you, the anxious one, the fixer, the unlovable one. Replace it with a paper tag that flutters. Anxiety is visiting me. Fixing is loud in me. Tenderness is learning to trust me. Paper tags can be replaced when weather changes. Plaques rust and cut your fingers when you try to move them. You are a process, not a statue. Statues crack, processes breathe. We will honor the body again, because it will be your companion long after these words fade. Place a hand where it feels natural. Belly, chest, throat, jaw, shoulders, back. Thank it by name in simple phrases. Thank you, feet, for carrying me. Thank you, legs, for your patience. Thank you, belly, for receiving breath and feeling everything first. Thank you, chest, for being a home for warmth and ache. Thank you, throat and mouth, for trying to find words. Thank you, eyes, for taking in so much and for learning to soften. Thank you, back, for bearing weight and for teaching me to lean. Gratitude is not sentiment. It is a change in inner posture. Muscles relax a degree when they are thanked. That degree is sometimes the difference between bracing and belonging. If there is grief, welcome it without verdict. The body stores anniversaries in quiet pockets. The calendar of the heart is not the calendar on the wall. If tears come, let them. If they don't, stroke your forearm once and say, "We will feel when we feel." Grief arrives like weather and leaves like weather. Your job is to be a sturdy, kind house. We'll give the future you a gift. Pick one small promise you can keep tomorrow. Not a new life, a new inch. Drink water before the second task. Step outside for 2 minutes. Write one honest sentence. Put the phone in its bed at one chosen hour. Or greet a doorway with arriving. Say the promise once and mean it. Kept promises change a nervous system's religion. It stops worshiping fear and starts trusting you. For nights when sleep is shy, remember that rest is a worthy cousin. You are successful at care, not a failure at sleep. When you lie in darkness and let the body be heavy and the jaw soft. Count the exhale from 8 if you like. Stop anywhere. Walk the hallway once. Touch the doorframe. Let the listening table hold what wants to speak in the next room. Stroke your forearm and say, "I'm here." Place a glass for mourning you. These are practical, small moves that tell your inner animal the den is safe enough. Before we close, let's practice the entire path in 60 gentle seconds. A final daily weave you can repeat anytime. Sit or lie as you are. Inhale and whisper, body. Exhale, here already. Inhale and whisper, truth. Exhale, this is what's here. Inhale and whisper, choice. Exhale, one kind step. Inhale and whisper, release. Exhale, and the rest can wait. Place one hand on the belly, one on the chest. Feel the warmth. Let the exhale lengthen by a thread, like a ribbon falling to the floor. That is enough. A small cinematic scene from the path to bless your nights and days. Imagine you walk with the Buddha at dawn along a simple road. No grand speeches. Feet on earth. Birds waking. A pot carried for whoever is hungry. He stops to watch a farmer drinking from a well, to greet a child, to sit with someone who is ill. You realize the teaching is not a spell. It is attention that does not flinch, kindness that does not condescend, and a willingness to keep releasing what isn't needed so you can carry what matters. You realize you can do this without robes, without ceremony. You can do it in your kitchen, in your inbox, in your car, in your bed. The road is wherever your feet meet ground. If you want a single sentence to take with you into all of this, let it be this: one breath, one value, one next kind step. When you feel lost, breathe once on purpose. Remember a value, kindness, clarity, steadiness, and do it once. Then take the next kind step sized for human hands. Repeat. That is how a life turns from brace to belonging. We will end as we began, simple, sensory, close. Feel where your body is heaviest. Let that place spread by an inch. Let the back of your eyes soften as if looking at a wide horizon after a long hallway. Touch your belly, chest, and forehead in that order. Safe enough, kind enough, clear enough. If a knot remains, tell it kindly you can stay. I will hold you while I rest. Paradox is welcome here. You can be okay while something is not okay. Your heart understands this better than your mind. A blessing for the road ahead, spoken in plain words that want nothing from you but to ride your breath. May your mornings begin with a soft yes to being here. May your thresholds find you arriving with shoulders lowered and gaze kind. May your work be paced by verbs and breaths, not fear's metronome. May your conversations keep bridges even when waters rise. May you set down what is not yours and carry what is with warmth. May your inner weather turn slowly toward a climate where you can live. May your body feel companioned, not commanded. May you meet storms as the shore does, steady, receiving, not conquered and not afraid. May you remember that beginning again is a sacred art, and you can do it any hour. May your sleep, when it comes, come like a friend with a key, and may your wakefulness, if it stays, be companioned on a chair with a small lamp. Let the room hold you now. Let the bed or chair carry your weight. Let breath be unremarkable and therefore holy. If sleep wants you, let it take you gently. If not, you are not failing. You are practicing the art you came for, being with yourself without war. Your life will keep giving you chances to practice. Dishes, doorways, hands, feet, seat. A single exhale, a thread longer than the inhale. Your voice spoken with warmth. Your values done once. The lamp, the light, the hand that can set the lamp down. Rest, dear friend. You have walked well. You are allowed to soften. There is nothing to prove inside this breath. The shore has you. The water knows you. The night is generous enough to carry both your ache and your ease. Close your eyes or keep them soft. Either way, the path continues in the quiet you now keep.